That's the pressure for the gym. So you know, like, okay, I've just gotten into flow today. Now that's what you want. That would be our baseline. Then we have and all the mechanical properties. That's the other.
Good morning, everyone. It's just a couple more minutes before we start again, so if you can just finish up your conversation and get back to your seat, that would be great.
I want to change it. Here at military. I mean, it'll take me all of 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I will definitely tell that.
Yeah, just a quick announcement too. If someone knows someone that left a purse behind someplace, they could see me. I have a purse that I can give back. So.
Yes, I will.
Great, I think we can go ahead and start. In this session, for the next hour, what we'd like to do is just share some updated research, ongoing activities of APCAW. And again, for those that might be just joining today on the webinar, APCAW is an entity here at the University of Maine that was formed over the past couple of years, Ash Protection Collaboration across Wabanaki. And it's really a program that with funding and support has initiated research in different areas, outreach and education. And we'll talk about some of the efforts that we're doing as part of that APCAW work. And what I wanted to share in the beginning, and we'll hear from Tyler and Ella with their work. I also would like to share in the beginning work done by Emily Francis. You had already heard about the ASH manual. I think there's an example copy out there. We have it on our website if you're interested in seed collection work. She had input from Nate and Les in putting together this ASH collection manual for people that are who want to collect seed and learn more about seed collection. That's a great piece of work. And also as part of her dissertation work here at the University of Maine, besides the development of that seed collection work manual, was Background work, which is more my expertise area in terms of the social science world, in terms of landowner surveys, visitor surveys, that's kind of my background in terms of the social science. And when we think about the work that we do and access issues, I think it's really important, at least for those not familiar, you know, in our state of Maine, is that most of our land is privately owned. And so access, you know, to brown ash is through private landowners like Richard was describing. And one of the motivating factors for me, dating back to, you know, some of our early work a decade ago before APCOP really became active, was hearing from some of the basket makers in Michigan and the impacts of EAB and access to where you could find healthy ash trees and being denied access to those lands to access trees that were still alive and were basket quality trees. So just maintaining awareness about the cultural importance of brown ash was really something I thought we had to really start early on, even though, because like Richard was talking about, we have seen changes in people's attitudes towards access and more posting of property to access. So, you know, some of my work, both for outdoor recreation, but now included around brown ash is, you know, how do we maintain access to these properties? And so, so a motivating factor for this work that Emily helped to do as part of her dissertation was a landowner survey to look at how are they thinking about it? Are they aware of the emerald ash borer? What are they considering in terms of management of EAB if it's coming to your property and what you might do with your forest? This was part of the motivation for doing some of this work. And I think this is really important as we kind of think about the future here in the Northeast in terms of thinking about how those attitudes may change over time. As we see more dead and dying ash trees, are their attitudes going to change towards what they might think they can do or would do in terms of the costs with the various management strategies? And so this study was actually done just prior to our APCOF funding, and it was also supported through the APHIS program with the outreach and education grant that we have in terms of bringing more awareness about EAB. And Ella's going to talk about trying to assess the effectiveness of our outreach and education, because that's a really important component of what we're trying to do. But so what I wanted to share was the work that we're doing in terms of our outreach efforts with landowners. And again, when we think about landowners here in our state, well, how do we connect with landowners? And at least for this study, what we relied upon was reaching out to various partner organizations where we could possibly reach out to landowners versus it could be the Maine Forest Service listserv that joined their newsletter to learn more about what activities are going on and programs available. We worked with the Forest Products Council, again, looking at maybe larger forest private landowners. The Bureau of Parks and Recreation, Jocelyn was here yesterday and you saw her table there. They maintain a large listserv, both landowners and non-landowners, but again, reaches a broad audience. Maine woodland owners, you can kind of see the list here. But what we essentially did was to reach out to them, talk about what we were doing in terms of the purpose of our study. And I have to say, we really got a lot of cooperation from these entities in their willingness to share our request, you know, for participation in the study. And I think all of us sometimes get overwhelmed with survey requests that you might get through through the email. And it's also prevalent within tribal communities too, with how many surveys they want to fill out, you know, that I hear. So we need to be kind of cognizant, but again, I think what's so important is that it can provide very important baseline information, just like what we want to collect in terms of habitat conditions, brown ash health conditions. We also need to have a monitor of kind of the public assessment and support for what we're trying to do, including landowners. So I think this is promising for kind of long-term monitoring. I'm going to show you some of the results of the survey, but I think it's promising that hopefully we'll have continued support so that we can reach out to landowners through various means, so that we get a broad spectrum of forest landowners. Obviously, we're concerned about how we might manage forests on tribal lands, but I think we also really need to think about if we're interested in keeping ash as a component of our forests, we really had to reach out to a broad landowners, right? Whether it's public, private, tribal lands, that we want ash in all of our forests. And so part of the theory that was guiding some of Emily's work was a theory that I had used in terms of trying to understand people's willingness to leave their firewood at home. And that was part of the outreach and education, was looking at what drives people's behavior when they hear outreach and education messages. Would they be willing to leave their firewood at home instead of bringing it with them camping? And we looked at this in terms of looking at how landowners would be, in terms of, are they aware of EAB, and would they be willing to protect ash that might be on their properties, and using kind of this theory of involvement as a mechanism to kind of assess some kind of level of involvement, and as a means to kind of assess whether that involvement is decreasing, or are there ways that we could increase levels of involvement or commitment. And basically we were using a scale that, kind of a composite scale that was on a scale of, of concern to me, no, doesn't matter to me, impacts what I do on the land, impacts others nearby, impacts others in Maine. We use that as a composite measure to kind of get some kind of assessment of their level of involvement with EAB. And as you might expect, there was some range in landowners where it really was a concern and mattered to them, and others that it wasn't so much. And so I just want to share, not all our data, I'm just going to share some of the findings. And basically we had 601 respondents who, again, participated in our study. I think what's important here is that we had 362 survey respondents that had 10 or more acres of forest land. And we thought that was important. That was actually part of the request, but we had people who owned less than that because they wanted to participate in the study. But again, thinking through the various management strategies, we thought that might be some of the minimum that might be required as we think through some of the management strategies and retaining, protecting brown ash. I don't need to go through all of these kind of responding characteristics, but you can get a sense of those who responded and those that own the forest land. It really mimics, in terms of the folks that replied, kind of the general characteristics of forest landowners in the New England area. They're kind of considered family forest landowners. They've owned that land for quite some time, and over 30 plus years on average. So these are kind of committed landowners that in general really care about their forests and what happens on their forests. And this is just a breakdown of, again, the survey respondents and how much acres they do own of the 362. And I guess what I'd like to say is that we really had, kind of broad representation of folks that, between 10 and 49, we had 103, which was about 29% of the survey respondents. But then it went up to those that owned 10,000 acres or more, where we had 12 respondents. And these were kind of characteristic of land trust organizations. They're managing those lands, but it was also private industrial forest landowners that also participated. So again, a kind of a broad range of landowners, just to get a sense of some of the findings that I'll share with you. And of those survey respondents, again, I think what's impressive is that we had really good representation of landowners throughout the state, in all counties, and in counties that were not currently impacted with with the emerald ash borer. This study was actually done in 2022. So it's a few years. And again, we might not want to be doing this yearly, but the idea that this will really provide some baseline information. And before we kind of look at, well, what did they know what ash they have on their property? 98% of the people that responded to our survey were aware of the emerald ash borer, which I think says something positive, again, with our outreach efforts, and particularly the Maine Forest Service and the outreach efforts about the emerald ash borer and bringing more awareness about the insect. 5.9% of those that responded to our survey, again, this is 2022, 5.9% reported experiencing effects of EAB. So a relatively small percentage, kind of experiencing EAB. But yet they were aware of it. And here you can see, we asked, what species, if they knew, were part of their forest land. Again, one characteristic that I had mentioned earlier, yesterday, it's not a high component of the forest composition generally in forest lands, but it is widespread throughout our state. And it's an important piece. And you can see, some responses to, their awareness of brown, green, or white. Again, this is consistent with white being the most populous species of ash in our state. And that's kind of reflected here with them knowing they have ash. I guess what I'd like to point out, though, is I don't know. Unsure of ash on their property. And particularly around brown ash, where you had almost 40% not knowing if they had brown ash as part of their forest landscape. And I'd just like to have us kind of think about this as we think about maybe potential inventory that might be done. Maybe foresters that might be in this room when they're interacting with landowners, because typically brown ash is something that's not inventoried or part of a forest management plan. And again, I think that's one of the things that we're going to need to be thinking about in the near future. And again, Tyler Everett, Emily did a survey on the private forest landowners. Tyler has done a survey on loggers and foresters. So we wanted to kind of combine this information together. But clearly, I think there could be more effort around kind of identification of ash, particularly those that they're not sure if they have those species. And sorry, there's a lot, this is a big slide here, but this is just to kind of give you a sense of looking at people's levels of involvement. And we basically categorize those that might be low involvement, meaning that, it seems to matter less, doesn't concern them as much compared to those that are very high involved, where it really matters to them, it's of concern. And you can see some of these statements again Again, the idea here is to assess strengths and beliefs. And the idea here is, again, how those beliefs might influence their future actions with management strategies. And, for the first one, there is not much a landowner can do to prepare for the impacts of the emerald ash borer. We didn't see any significant differences. But there was definitely, when you look at the strongly agree to what we call a Likert scale, but strongly agree to strongly disagree, it really kind of forms within that 3, which is neither agree nor disagree. So what that tells a social scientist is that, there's a lot of uncertainty. And oftentimes, as a social scientist or a marketing person that wants more information from people to buy products, if they're not sure, that's a real avenue for influence with more information or what they see, where it can change their beliefs, because they're kind of flip-floppy one way or another. I'm not really sure, Where we did see a little bit more difference was like other tree species can fulfill environmental roles of ash trees. Those that had more, that were more involved, more strongly disagreed with that statement. Other tree species can grow in the place of ash trees and provide the same or increased value. Again, those that were more highly involved tended to, disagree with that statement. And again, I think you're starting to get a flavor, right, of maybe that's the importance of brown ash, right, in our work, and that's, I think, is something that we want to try to convey to landowners that might not know much about what's growing on their land, in some cases, what ash trees they have, or if they even have ash trees. So this is just, again, another gauge that I hope that we can kind of continue to assess with work with landowners. And I think what's so interesting, we did see some differences in people's beliefs and their levels of involvement, but we purposefully categorized the levels of involvement from low to very high. But in all cases, and we could detect differences in their strengths of beliefs, but there was still some level of it matters to them, it concerns, even for the very low end levels of involvement. It, if you add it up, it was either, I'm not sure, there was some level of involvement or care. And I think that really kind of comes up with some of the other questions that we asked. Because what we were interested in is kind of learning potential management strategies to protect ash. And one of them is, participating in a monitoring program. And you can see, 96.2% said yes. And we could see, well, they've done this, or I plan to do this. And look at this, I am interested in doing this. Almost half of those that we surveyed said they would be interested in doing that activity, or they might consider it, which is another, I think, a positive. Now, we had other questions that I'm not going to share with you, to kind of, after we asked that, well, what would be some of the reasons for your monitoring? And most of those that were interested in the monitoring was that they want to try to retain ash as a component of their forest. But some landowners wanted to monitor so that they could optimize their harvest and maybe replace with other tree species at appropriate time. So there's different motivations for the monitoring, but the majority of those who we surveyed and who responded wanted to monitor in hopes that it could go towards helping to kind of keep ash as a component of their forest with management. Another piece that we kind of put in between these is, because this gets a little tricky here, but plan to harvest all or majority of merchantable ash. And again, I think this, study showed that we really need to do a little more work, because again, when people see this, there's different motivations for this. Clearly, there were some people that wanted to harvest all of the majority of their ashes, so they want to optimize the value of the ash that they have on their property. And in some cases, harvest all that and then replace with something that won't be impacted by another, another invasive species, so they can kind of continue to grow stock. But again, I think in some cases we had some of the respondents plan to harvest all of the majority of merchantable ash in hopes that they could create space and more ash could grow. And of course, I think what we want to do, and what we've had in our little publication out front, is that in some cases, right, we don't want all ash harvested, right, because you're removing the potential of lingering ash that might be on that property. And it's not to say that you can't harvest some of your ash, but you might not want to cut all of your ash, because then you lose the possibility of identifying those that might be potential lingering ash. And part of the best management practices, right, that we're recommending is that we want different size classes of ash that we want to retain on that forest landscape. Some that are mature ash that probably have marketable value, and will they sacrifice a little bit of value to kind of reserve some ash on their lands. Okay. So you can see here on this last question here, identify sites to reserve ash trees with different size classes. Again, look at this. I think this is in a way positive, right? Some would consider it. Not many are doing it at this point. Some plan to do it, not much, but look at the interest. 50% of the survey respondents said they would be interested in identifying places in their forest to reserve different size classes. To me, that's a positive. Or they might consider it. I think another positive part of this survey, and again, this is, 2022, it's 362. We could be surveying more landowners. But I think this is, again, a real positive sign in terms of allowing for the collection of ash seed. At that point in time, no one had done that, but they were planning to do that. A small, very tiny percentage were planning to do that when we did our survey. But again, over 70% said they would be interested in doing that. And again, the major motivating reason why they would allow for collection of ash seed was the idea that it would help retain in the future maybe ash to be part of their forests. And again, you have the category of might consider doing this, so it might take more convincing or more information. But again, I think this is it's a very positive direction. Can we maintain that direction? I think at this point in time, I think we have lots of opportunity for collection of ash seed when it's available and when it's viable. So hopefully we can kind of keep that interest. Okay. I'd like to get your reactions to these other kind of management strategies that you've heard about, during this meeting, but consider use of chemical treatment. I was actually surprised at this where, 75.7 said yes. 25% said no. Again, we didn't have too much, the spread of EAB was really small at that point in time, right? So nobody was really applying chemical treatment. But I think, again, it's interesting, and I think in some cases promising that we have a fairly large number of private landowners who would be interested in chemical treatment. The most of those would consider that. So again, that they want more information likely, right? And the cost that might be involved in other aspects. But again, I think this is something that at least gives us some potential in terms of thinking about strategic planning. Not all landowners necessarily are gonna, or maybe it would be even appropriate to have chemical treatment to their trees, right? But maybe strategically in different locations, we might find landowners that would be willing to do this. And again, this is just a gauge, right? I think it's a gauge that shows us this might be a possibility with ash trees that might be growing in their forests. And finally, consider practices for biological control agents. Again, 93.6% said yes. Over half were interested. Okay, others would consider this. I think this is really critical information. I think, again, there are some really important connections that I think is rooted in the relationships that we maintain with landowners. And I know I give a lot of praise to the Maine Forest Service, but I think, again, it's another important component of that outreach, the Trap Tree Network, where you've already developed a relationship with landowners. I think Colleen mentioned this, the willingness of landowners wanting to have biological control, maybe monitoring. Again, I think this is really helpful information as we kind of move forward, thinking through our management strategies. And again, the appropriateness of implementing those strategies when you're at certain stages, right? Because again, we had a lot of interest and would consider, but EAB in 2002 was just in a tiny portion of southern Maine and a tiny portion of northern Maine. So I think part of what we're going to need to do in the near future, right, because we know that EAB is spreading, is we're going to need to have that continued interaction with landowners to see, does that interest turn into action? So just a couple discussion points. Again, at this point in time in 2002, 22, high interest. And again, most of the respondents were not even being impacted at EAB, with the emerald ash borer, but they knew about EAB and it seems, and it matters to them. They're interested in keeping ash species as a component of their properties at this point in time. A small percentage want to replace with other species, at least what I'm familiar with in other states in the country. I think it's kind of the opposite direction, where we have a lot more harvesting of ash going on with less potential interest in keeping ash because they think it's a lost cause. Again, I think that's partly due to what we need to do in terms of some of our outreach and education, right? Because we have foresters, right, that we know who, is it worth it? Should we be advising forest landowners to kind of keep their, when we know it's gonna die? Do you want to replace it with something that's gonna be more sustaining? So, but I think what's important here, again, is that it's the interest of the landowner and what they want. And that should be expressed to who they're working with, whether it's a consulting forester. So I really think that we kind of need to think about the combination of those things down the road. Because if foresters don't know, they might develop a plan or recommendations otherwise. But if landowners express an interest, yeah, this is important, I want to try to retain this. I think it's due diligence on foresters to kind of learn maybe what management strategies might be, options might be available for landowners to consider, right? It might cost them money or they might lose money if they don't harvest all those trees, right? But it's that communication that I think is really important. Another piece here is that there's a high interest in the variety of management strategies that we've talked about during our meeting, which I think is really promising. Again, this was in 2022, and we know more than we did in 2022. We also asked a set of questions, and I'm only highlighting a few that I think we need to think about, but these were things that popped up as being important in terms of their decision-making about the management strategies. And that was the financial costs that might be incurred, right? If they're gonna implement chemical treatment, how much is it gonna cost? How much can I afford as a landowner? How many would I need to treat? That financial equation is going to be important for landowners, and that kind of discussed with landowners because that's a criteria that's going to be important to them. Can they afford it? The desire seems to be there, but can they afford some of the management strategies? So the financial, the other thing that I think is important that again, it kind of comes out in other evaluations of education and outreach. People's decision-making is an informed decision in most cases. People make decisions based on what they know or what they see. And what they want to see is whatever management practices that we're doing, are they making a difference? Is it actually protecting the ash tree? Are the chemical treatments actually protecting the ash tree? We've got data that's really showing that they do a good job, but in some cases they don't know, but they need to see it. So again, having that visible, is my next door neighbor doing this? That matters to people. And if other people are doing it, that makes them more motivated to do it themselves. So I think this is another really kind of key piece to this. And so just my last slide here, I just wanted to emphasize again, thinking through what we want maybe landowners to maybe ask or be more proactive in, if they're not sure what they have on their property, not sure they quite can they identify brown ash? How can we help facilitate that? And are there ways that we can have ways where they're more actively involved and interested with inventory of ash on their property that could be helpful even if they want to be involved in monitoring or other aspects that I think is really important. And again, I think there's a role for APCOG and our outreach and education, but I think there's also a role in a broader community in terms of the forestry community, as you can see in point 6, okay? And the last one here is just, again, thinking about how we might continue to monitor the pulse of, forest landowners in our state, in the region. as we kind of experience the spread of EAB, I think it's going to be really important as we go forward with some of our strategies. So this is some of Emily's work. We're working on this. We'll hopefully have some of this work published in the Journal of Forestry. That's our plan. And with that, I'm going to give an update that Tyler's going to give the next update. Tyler?
Gwei, hello. So yeah, I did a forester and logger survey. I used the theory of planned behavior, very similar survey to Emily's. Mine was much longer. So folks had to click through their survey instrument a little bit more than they did with Emily's. But I wanted to expand a little bit on what John shared regarding the involvement of forest landowners in responding to emerald ash borer in these ash forests that they own. A lot of those landowners are working with a forester or a logger to help develop those management plans. I worked for a little while as a consulting forester, and I found myself at coffee tables having conversations with those landowners. And in those conversations, we're not hammering out management goals and writing the plan out. We're just talking in broad themes. What it is they value about their forest, what they want to gain from effective management in their forest, whether it's recreation or hunting. In those conversations, I helped guide, make sure that came up in those conversations. And so I think with this involvement that is clear in the eyes of the landowner, there's a call to action for foresters and loggers to engage that conversation and start to talk about preservation of ash. And if it's not talked about, it's just not going to be included in the plan. It's a way to make sure you're an effective forester or a logger and making sure those management objectives are hit and you're aligning with the landowner's values. In the theory of planned behavior, you have to define a behavior. And so I made up a behavior. It's called ash management behavior. And ash management behavior is very nuanced, right? We've talked in great length about how you can manage ash forests. There's a lot of different approaches. And in a survey instrument, you have to simplify things. You got to be a little bit more specific. And so we really focused in on harvesting or silvicultural treatments ahead of emerald ash borer when we thought about this behavior. And we then dichotomized it into two ends of a spectrum. So on the more extractive, removal-based kind of phloem reduction strategy of the spectrum, you have cutting all or a majority of your ash ahead of emerald ash borer. And then on the preservative, species viability kind of based approach, on the other end of the spectrum, you have reserving select ash, including merchantable ash, ahead of emerald ash borer. And then there's, it's a spectrum. There's in between that. And I just want to highlight that, cutting all or a majority of your merchantable ash, I touched on this yesterday, that, this is shifting away from a species domination of ash to an alternative species. It's not a bad practice. I'm not saying that there's good and bad up here. I'm saying, what is it that's impacting the ash in these forests when we conduct these different management strategies? And so there's application in these, of both of these in the forest, and it's good sound management, and it's aligning with the landowner's goals. But we're seeing that there's an involvement and an interest to preserve some ash in the landscape by landowners. So this conversation has to happen. And I think some of the, I'm only going to share one slide about one or two questions on my survey that I think illustrate that that conversation at the coffee table is happening. So again, like I said, foresters are going to say that it depends in regard to what they're doing for ash management. And I asked two questions about past behavior. So if you look in the theory of planned behavior, we're looking to predict what future behavior might be, but we also often ask, what is the past behavior? So we asked respondents directly, what have they done in the last year in terms of their ash management behavior? And it's an interesting thing. It's not always a direct proxy of what future behavior will be, but it is a cool way to break out survey respondents and look at your data. And that's how we're going to utilize it in this survey. So question 16 was, during the past year, have you engaged in logging activity or developed management harvest plans that recommend the cutting of all ash ahead of emerald ash borer? And then question 18 was, during the past year, have you engaged in logging activity or developed management plans / harvest plans for recommending the reserving of select ash, including commercial ash ahead of emerald ash borer? So long survey and long questions. But folks answered this, and if you get this response, you can kind of place those respondents on this spectrum from the extractive-based end all the way to the preservative end, and that's what we did. So if you answered yes, no, respectively to those two questions, you fell on the left end of that. If you were no, no, or yes, yes, you were in the middle. And then no, yes, you're more on that preservative side. You know, you're not harvesting all your ash ahead of emerald ash borer, but you are reserving select ash, including merchantable ash ahead of emerald ash borer. I think I was supposed to click these while I was saying that. These little, let's come on. And then I'm supposed to stop here on this last one. So this large bar, 43% of my survey respondents indicated that they were no, yes. So they're on that preservative end. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, only 12% were yes, no, meaning yes, they're harvesting all their ash ahead of emerald ash borer, but they're not preserving any ash. And so that shows that maybe this conversation is being had, right? Foresters and loggers are talking with landowners at the coffee table and saying, you know, you've got a lot of ash and emerald ash borer is coming. You know, you can do some actions to capitalize on what values in the forest, but you can also think about saving some ash. And I think that's happening. So I'm excited to see that result. And, you know, I didn't have a lot of survey respondents. I had 140. And you looked at the listservs we use, so it could be a little bit, you know, biased to folks that are being more preservative in their approach. But in any case, it's exciting to see that. So now I want to shift gears though, and talk a bit about an aspect of my research, which is a series of brown ash and emerald ash borer community meetings that I've been holding and am planning to hold with Wabanaki tribal nations here in present day Maine. I've held a meeting with Mi'kmaq Nation and a joint meeting with both of the Passamaquoddy tribal nations. And I'm hoping to still conduct a meeting with the Penobscot Nation and the Halton Band of Maliseet in the near future. What these community meetings are an opportunity to engage with the community about the various aspects of emerald ash borer response that each tribal community could be considering. The meetings are set up as a sort of focus group setting with 4 to 8 community members from each participating tribal nation. This might be natural resource staff, basket makers, ash harvesters, foresters, elders, culture keepers, or just interested and concerned community members. The discussions among the group focus on 8 topic areas, of which I began by sharing a short overview presentation that I pre-recorded for consistency's sake, so that at these meetings, everyone's getting the same information. The topics covered included presentations on the cultural significance of ash, youth involvement, silviculture, seed collection, and other genetic material collections, biological controls, chemical treatments, integrating multiple approaches, and data sovereignty. After each video, I ask some guiding questions to generate discussion about each topic area. And I try to be really courteous of everyone's time. I offer honorariums to folks that participate, and I provide food for the gathering. I made venison stew for the first 2 meetings, and everyone was really excited about that. So hopefully I get to make some good food for future meetings. And really, I try to make it a really safe space for the community members that are participating to share their ideas and concerns, because it's so valuable in guiding what I do for my physical research and what that's all about. But really, it's not about my benefit. It's about benefiting the community, what that information can mean for the community. And so to do that, I'm analyzing the discussions from these community meetings and identifying the major themes within each topic area and producing a report for each individual tribal nation. And that report is internal to that tribe, and they can use it to make effective management decisions in terms of how to respond to emerald ash borer and be, on the same page as the community. And then I'm going to take all of those tribal nation specific reports and merge them into a Wabanaki wide report, and then get approval from each tribal nation to share that in a more public setting. And that will be guidance to outside organizations and groups that want to look to tribal nations and these community members for guidance on how to be culturally sensitive in their approach to responding to emerald ash borer. And so now I want to share one of the community meeting videos. This is a cultural significance video, and then hear from you guys what you think in terms of some of those guiding questions and your thoughts.
When it comes to the cultural importance of ash and the threat that emerald ash borer poses to it, Richard Syliboy, the Vice Chief of Mi'kmaq Nation and Master Basket Maker, has shared many times an overview of just how significant the tree is and how serious the threat is. Let's hear it right from Richard.
The brown ash tree, it's a very spiritual tree. It's part of our creation story. Our creation story is that Gluskab shot an arrow into the brown ash tree, and that's where the natives come singing and dancing out of the brown ash. I've made baskets for the past 35, 40 years, and brown ash has always been very important to me, to us as basket makers. I grew up as making baskets with my family. My name is Richard Syliboy. I'm Vice Chief with the Mi'kmaq Nation, and we are here at the Garfield site to take a look at some of the brown ash and also do some soil samples. I've made baskets for the past 35, 40 years, and brown ash has always been very important to me, to us as basket makers. I grew up as making baskets with my family. We made a lot of baskets. Mother used to make 10 dozen a week, large potato baskets about like this. And the boys would work on the farm and they would help make baskets at night. And just to give you an idea on how many baskets was needed, in the 50s and early 60s, Aroostook County used to grow 250,000 acres of potatoes. And back then they didn't control the size, so it was easy to get 150 barrels per acre. That would come up to a total of 37,500,000 barrels of potatoes. And they had to be harvested within about approximately 6 weeks. You're coming up with 1,250,000 barrels per day. And that's throughout Aroostook County. And also, the average that a person could pick in a day. Some people pick 30 barrels, 40 barrels, young people. Some people picked 100. You come up with close to 17,000 people that were harvesting potatoes. And those 17,000 people all had to have a potato basket. And that's where my family played a part in, a large part. I seen Mother call 3 taxis one day. 2 taxis to haul the baskets to town and 1 to haul the basket makers. So I've always said that the Mi'kmaq people played a big role in what Aroostook County is today, because they could never harvested that many potatoes without the help of the Native Americans. And it wasn't just the Mi'kmaq, it was the Maliseet, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot that all came to Aroostook County. And everybody said that it was hard work and it wasn't worth it, but it was a time for all the natives to get together. And it was like a family working vacation. We played a big role in what Aroostook County is today. Emerald ash borer come into the nation in the late 90s, and it was 2002 before it was identified as a species that's damaging the brown ash. And this happened out in Michigan. Our group has went out there a couple, 3 different times to take a look and see how devastating it was out there to, on the brown ash. And it was really devastating. We seen places out there that all the ash was 100% dead. They gave us the opportunity to peel some of the wood and study some of the larvae that that's under the bark, and they taught us about the adults, how far they will fly, which is anywhere from 1 mile to 2 miles per year. But they lay their eggs on a part of a tree where there's a piece of knot that might be missing or a weak spot in the bark, and when those eggs hatch, they will bore inside under the bark, and they will eat the inner bark for a year, sometimes 2 years before they come out. And when they do come out of the bark, they leave a hole that is D-shaped, flat across the bottom and D-shaped on the top. We've watched that come across from Michigan and kept an eye on it, and now finally it's in southern Maine and spreading pretty good in southern Maine, but also it's in northern Maine. It came across Quebec, and finally it did come across the river in Madawaska area. I believe it came in first. And then it was studied, and they found more of it throughout other townships. So we have a quarantine up there in the north that.
Where is emerald ash borer in Maine? Well, here you can see the latest emerald ash borer detection and quarantine map for the state of Maine. As Richard pointed out in the video, there is an infestation in northern Aroostook County, where detections have led to a portion of Aroostook County being regulated by quarantine law. In the southern half of the state, the infestation has progressed more rapidly and has examples of isolated detections of emerald ash borer that stem from human transport of the pest, namely through firewood transport, something the quarantine regulations aim to limit. This has led to all of York, Cumberland, Androscoggin, Sagadahoc, Lincoln, Knox, Waldo, and Kennebec counties, as well as portions of Franklin, Somerset, Piscataquis, and Penobscot counties to be regulated by quarantine law. These laws limit the spread of emerald ash borer by prohibiting the movement of materials like pulpwood and firewood from regulated areas into non-regulated areas. As we consider this threat to a significant cultural lifeway, we have some approaches to consider pertaining directly to its cultural lifeway. We can store ash splint material long term. There's not a lot of information out there to inform these efforts currently, but there are efforts being done in tribal nations west of the Dawnland that we can adopt and adapt to our own needs, storing full logs that can be processed at a later date, or storing processed splints so they can be utilized at a later date. And of course, preparing and storing those materials in different ways to best maintain their quality through time. For some tribal nations experiencing intense emerald ash borer pressure on their ash resource, they've actually archived brown ash art by their tribal nation artisans so that they can have examples of them in their community for generations to come. The storing of this material will allow us the opportunity to continue basketry, basket making classes, youth basket making classes after emerald ash borer moves through our region. These are all things to consider in maintaining this cultural lifeway at times in the future when very few ash trees are left in our forests because of emerald ash borer.
So that is the cultural significance video that we share during the community meetings. I know we heard some duplicate information from Richard earlier, so he's got some stories that are really effective at explaining how important this tree is and the threat that emerald ash borer poses to it. It's amazing how knowledgeable Richard is as a tribal leader, a basket maker, and like an entomologist. He just is a wealth of knowledge and does so much work to make sure that this tree is protected. So after these videos are played, I usually ask some questions. I've written down 2 just for the group. We're short on time, so maybe just one response from the group for each, and then I'll kick it back over to Ella. But in what ways does the cultural importance of brown ash influence your thinking about how it should be addressed on the lands that you manage? So anyone in the room that's a land manager or is tied to some forest that might have ash, how does cultural significance of these trees influence that decision making? No thoughts? Strongly influences it. So I can share that during the community meetings, a lot of times the conversation does go toward efforts that aren't necessarily about management in terms of the forest, but more how do we preserve the culture? And that's why a lot of the tail end of that video focuses on the storing of split material. We've had some great conversations today about that. And I think that that's a really strong direction that we might head in the future. We heard from Akwesasne and we heard from Odanak that, you know, storing whole logs and splint material is something already underway, and harvesting a lot of ash and trying to process a lot of ash is a challenge. And we talked about that. We also talk about the equity of sharing that material after it is processed. So there's lots of challenges that we'll be working through on that front, but I'm excited to have these meetings and get some information to share with each community about what it is they think could be solutions there. Is there a point in which the fear of losing brown ash in our forest outweighs the concerns of various adaptation strategies being applied on the lands that you manage? So chemical treatment, biological control, there's fears associated with those, knee-jerk reactions with those now. Are those starting to waver because of how significant and close to home the threat of emerald ash borer is now? That's another question that we talk about. Any thoughts there? Or we move on?
Back to that first question, in terms of how affecting the culture. I have access to a forest that had about 90 trees in it. And I treated 31 with Lamivectin benzoate. It was the goal to try to collect seeds. And that was a year I went up with less and collected seeds. Unfortunately, we didn't get any. The inventory this year, they had to have 60% foliage or better. This year inventory, I only have 8 that have 60% foliage or better. So my attitude is to just kind of give up. But coming to this meeting and learning about the cultural significance makes me think I really should try to get those dying trees out so they can be utilized rather than just let them fall down. So thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you, Larry. So just for those online, Larry shared that trees in his forest a couple years ago, 30 were able to be treated potentially so that they could be saved and maybe be seed producers in the future. And then now more currently in recent inventory, only 6 trees were healthy. And coming to this meeting, he's thinking getting that material to basket makers is a priority because they are gonna succumb to emerald ash borer. And I think that's an important thing. When we talk about access, we know that these trees are gonna die in the overstory unless we treat them. And access to these trees is really difficult for basket makers. So opening up lands for access by basket makers is an important priority. Basket makers only select a few trees in a forest, so even if we opened up all of the lands and basket makers and ash harvesters were able to access it, it would be a very minimal impact on the forest overall if basket wood was removed. So just something to consider. Thank you for that, Larry. And I'll kick it over to Ella. So these meetings influence what I'm doing, but they also influence what APCOG is doing, and Ella's going to touch on APCOG programming.
Hello, everybody. I'll try to keep it short because I know everybody's probably pretty hungry, ready to go to lunch. Been sitting for a while, kind of tired. I'm going to share a little bit of survey data with you. But first, I'm just going to talk a little bit about what APCOG did last year. I think many of you guys were involved in our program in 2023. And APCOG really wanted to add more to the scene of outreach and education around the emerald ash borer in the region, and also make sure that there's a really strong Wabanaki perspective included in all of our outreach and education. So our program really tried to give a platform to basket makers as much as possible, but also provide really action-based skills where people could learn about how to manage your lands for emerald ash borer and start taking action on their own properties or with conservation groups. So we recognize that in Maine, 95% of land is privately owned, and 23% is stewarded by conservation groups. So we wanted to get many people involved. State and federal lands are less common in Maine, but we also wanted to include those partners as well as foresters and loggers and get our message out to many people. So in 2023, we had 6 virtual events. And then we had 2 general in-person trainings, one on inventory, which you can see pictures of on the left. We actually had 2 of the inventory trainings that Tyler led, and then 1 seed collection training for the public, and then 1 that was for tribal nations. We had 914 people registered total. We were really happy with that turnout, and also the turnout in the room here today. It's like really blowing us away, so thank you for coming. We also created a website, and we created this through a collaborative process where we worked with our tribal nation partners to try to make sure that they felt like the information on the website was appropriately represented, as well as Maine Forest Service also has an amazing website with so many resources. So we tried to link to their work as much as possible and other websites that are out there, but provide like region-specific guidance for people, as well as share our events and also updated news. As I mentioned, we had a really broad response. 914 people registered. This was just the registration for our first event. We had 425 people register, so I think 300 people showed up on Zoom, so it was really amazing to see that people want to learn more. And I think that people, this is just sort of what I've observed, people are really interested in the weaving approach that we have of looking at both Western science and Wabanaki perspectives and blending those together to provide solutions. So we wanted to do an assessment of this outreach and education that went beyond just numbers of people in the room. We wanted to understand why people are in the room. We also wanted to evaluate changes in their knowledge. And even though people may learn something, they may not necessarily take action. So we wanted to understand the impact on action as well as their intentions. And then we also wanted to create new possibilities for the collective care and access to forests. I think we've talked a lot about access today. And we've been able to connect with new private landowners and conservation groups and build relationships between them and basket makers so that basket makers have greater access to these resources. So I did this in 2 parts. The first part was I sent a survey out in January to everybody who registered for at least one of our events. We actually had a lot more people respond than those who just attended one of our events, so I had to take all of those out of my analysis. But we ended up getting 289 valid responses, which is a 32% response rate. And I also, to supplement that, did 9 interviews over the summer. And these were really, the purpose of this was to add more complexity to what I was hearing in the survey so that I could have more unstructured conversations with people, walk on the land with them, talk about their ash management approaches. So, we found that 2/3 of our attendees in the APCOG program were repeated and came back for multiple events. And only about 1/3 of them participated in just one event. And then we had 54 people who showed up to 5 or more events. So we had some really champion attendance members. And this is kind of boring to report, but we had significant changes in knowledge in every single category for every event. We ran a paired sample t-test. And so basically how we did this was we asked participants to rank their knowledge before and then their knowledge after an event. And we saw increases in knowledge for every event. Actually, except for the tribal nation seed collection training. I think you guys were like, we already know this. Les has been here. We don't need to hear it again. But as you all know, knowledge doesn't necessarily transfer into action. So we wanted to look at activities too. So people took definitely less action than we expected, but this could be for a number of reasons, and what they did varied by category. We had a lot of people talking to other people. We had a lot of people monitoring for emerald ash borer. People did ash inventory, 70 people. But I do want to say that when we asked participants if they owned land or had access or managed land, and only about 50% of our respondents managed or owned land. So that could influence why there are low levels of action. But we also think that it's important to talk about intention too, not just what people are actually doing, because there are so many limitations to why people don't do things like time or money or tools or resources. And so we asked people how likely they would be to take certain actions, and our results really varied. The lines go to the different areas that I asked people about. And people reported that they're already talking to other people and monitoring for emerald ash borer. And people also reported most commonly that they're likely to collect ash seeds or monitor for lingering ash or do ash inventory. But they're more on the fence about offering access to harvesters, managing for EAB, organizing an event, or growing ash from seed. So I think those are all categories where we could offer additional training and support so people can take that next step or feel like they have a higher intention to do it. And in all of our responses, we did have people answer like they are likely or extremely likely or already doing each of those things. This is just reporting the answer that was most common for each of these categories. Another thing that is just really exciting to see is that there's a lot of high potential for doing collaborative activities. We found that 84% of respondents indicated that they're interested in collaborating with others around ash management. And 124 people reported that they're already collaborating with others. And I think APCA is a relatively new effort, and these collaborations go way back, as we've learned throughout this conference. But this is just really exciting and what keeps us going in this work, I think. And I also asked how people prefer to get information from APCA. I think this can be relevant to any other ecological effort to conserve a species. People were way more excited about participating in person or through webinars. And we actually saw that people who participated in both an in-person event as well as the webinar were the ones that were most likely to take action rather than those who had just participated in the webinar. And then after that, people wanted to receive newsletters. I think reminders are always really important for everybody. The website, people were less psyched on, ranked third. So maybe future studies can investigate how to improve that website. And then people didn't like as much the office hours, Q&A, sort of unstructured, especially when it was on Zoom. So we could think about other ways to connect people in this network, maybe more gatherings like this one. And these are some trainings that people indicated that they would have liked to participate but didn't have time. So people really wanted to participate in the seed collection training and the ash inventory trainings. Those were the highest. So I think that APCA should continue to offer those opportunities so people can keep coming back and learning. And we can reach more people with our efforts. And people also said that they'd really like to see us offer sessions on cultural access so that they can understand better how to offer their land for basket makers, silviculture or forest management, and growing ash from seed. So those are all things that we hope to provide more information about in the future. And actually this afternoon, we're gonna have breakout groups where we can all discuss what you guys think the future role of APCA should be. And one thing that wasn't really captured in the survey, but definitely was captured through my interview process, is that we have so many new and emerging partners. Gulf of Maine Research Institute, to name one, the Nature Conservancy, Always Maine Audubon, and Forest Stewards Guild is launching a whole new webinar program to inform people about how to protect ash. So I highly recommend that you guys go check out their posters in the other room. And yeah, we're really grateful to be doing this work together. And yeah, I can take any questions, and maybe you guys could all come up so that we could answer questions about APCA together.
Yeah, I just had shared individually, I think, that as you and I talked, we remembered that we had documented the knowledge of the ash gatherers, and that information is available at the National Museum of the American Indian, that traditional ecological knowledge, you know, the intergenerational transfer of that to future generations of basket makers in case we lose all of the ash. And I think Richard was in on that work, and the late Fred Thoma. So we're trying to document, as someone mentioned earlier, you know, the individual local characteristics of what constitutes a good ash tree and what the habitat looks like. And I think we had foresters from the US Forest Service and the Maine Forest Service in those documentaries. So I think continuing that type of work would be something I would love to see, you know, especially while the basket makers who possess that knowledge intergenerationally is still here. You know, and having that, because I think a lot of what we're talking about is the possible loss of the trees for a generation or two. So how are future basket makers, ash gatherers, going to have that knowledge? You know, it'd be best if it's firsthand, you know, through or secondhand through video documentation.
Great points, Teresa. Because I do think we're gonna have that gap. Yeah. Other questions? Yeah, Gary.
So we learned yesterday that emamectin benzoate is an important piece in this puzzle. And I wonder if there's some way that you and others that are in the Native American, you know, group are able to show more support towards the use of pesticides in general, because more and more towns in Maine are starting to ban pesticides. And I think pesticides are such an easy target that they're really misunderstood, and most people don't realize the kind of work that's out there being done to minimize the risk from pesticides and even minimize reliance on pesticides. But I think it's important that, as you see how important they may be, to make sure that you are reaching out to folks and saying that these are tools that are going to be important, and to reduce the overall concern about them.
I think that's another really good point. And I don't know, for you, when I heard Deb describing the pesticide, I don't know, she just did an awesome job to me in terms of looking at what are the risks. What are the trade-offs? But trying to describe those risks, and she had a really good way of describing it. I think that would really resonate within the tribal communities, as well as I think with the landowners that want to learn more, who are interested, who might consider it. Yeah, how do we develop that message? I think is really key.
Yeah, I'll just add that at the community meetings, we have a really effective video, I think, that Kyle Lombard with the New Hampshire Forest Service put together, that, you know, shows the injection process, but also discusses some of those concerns that basket makers have voiced to me about the injections. And I think that there is some openness to seeing that applied. And I think that if we have these community meetings and talk about them and highlight the values and potential harm that not utilizing those tools in the toolkit could have, are gonna be the effective ways to make sure it's considered. So.
Yeah, I'd just like to add with what Ella presented in her presentation too, the importance of in-person trainings. Because Kyle actually came up here last year with a demonstration that real clearly had an impact. We had the Public Works Director for the city of Bangor who attended that session. And he came to our meeting, you know, he was here yesterday, he couldn't be here today, but he and his staff were here as part of this meeting. And developed a plan for, you know, injecting some of their trees to save trees in the city of Bangor, so, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it was like, some people talked about it during the 2 days, but I cannot remember, but I was wondering, because Richard, you said that you were going like up north now to access your logs, and that in Maine it's highly private. And since you're like connecting with a lot of private owners and companies and stuff, did you observe some, how can I say, like, did it led to access to new harvesting sites for community members and basket makers?
I think I can say that we got a lot more emails from people who participated in our webinar, like, I have brown ash on my land, here's a picture of it, could you send this to a basket maker and see if they wanna access my land? They can come anytime. And so we've been doing it really informally, and we'd really like to work with more basket makers to see how they wanna like receive offers like that, or if there's funding that we can offer to support people traveling to look at basket trees, but we've just been sort of sharing it with harvesters that we know. So we can definitely say that like when people meet us, they usually comment like, oh, I have brown ash on my land that I want to share. So yeah, I think just getting to know people have offered more with us. Do you want to say anything about that?
No. You know, and it is something that we as the APCO unit, as being kind of a conduit, possibly with some of the tribal communities. I know Jake, last year mentioned the possibility of brown ash being available that was good brown ash basket quality in some cases, but not all cases. Sometimes when you have stems that you think are basket quality, you don't know until you have someone that looks at it, who knows? But in that case, it was really, really helpful and it was really beneficial. So, yeah, but kind of also, at least for us, thinking through again, the equity issue, right? When landowners say, who do you reach out to? You know, we want to be equitable in sharing information too with what landowners are willing to allow access, but then how do you think that through with the tribal communities, right? And making sure it's an equitable. Yeah. Yes.
Question more about how do you manage the burden, like Suzanne Greenlaw mentioned, like it's really more on the basket maker or like the member of the tribal community, about the resources of like how much resources it takes to like harvest and preserve. And for example, when you send a basket maker to take the hash, like they have to pay for gas, the hour, the time if needed. How do you consider that in the project and the process regarding that, like all the cost of living is rising also, like you need a specific budget to maintain those activity, and how is it sustainable for a organization to do their activity that is so essential? So I'd be curious about that.
Yeah, yeah, you know, just kind of thinking through the process of what it would take, say if there is a landowner that's willing to, you know, they have brown ash and they're willing to provide access and they want to see, well, would you be interested in maybe possibly harvesting the brown ash that's on my property. Again, what's involved with that process, with that harvester needing to travel to that location, there's gas money, the time, and other aspects that I've walked out in the woods with Richard with several different sites where you're looking at a brown ash, not one single brown ash tree is a basket quality tree, right? So you can spend a lot of time going to places where it's not really a good space, good place where a basket quality tree grows. They have brown ash, but it's not the good locations like Suzanne Greenlaw was talking about. At least one of the things that we're thinking about in terms of that is looking through some of the mapping work. Suzanne has done some great work in terms of the site characteristics, things that might be likelihood of finding brown ash. That could be good indicators with mapping if we know where the landowner is, looking at soil types, look at the drainage. Those are things that could tell, this is a high likelihood, this landowner. This is probably worth going to check. So it might be worth it, the gas money and the time to go to those places if we can help in that way. That's one mechanism. There could be another mechanism depending upon the conservation organization or landowner that might set aside, who knows, maybe a little bit of funding to help support a cultural practice that would maybe reimburse an honorarium for someone to come and look at your trees, to give an assessment of those trees. You're kind of thinking about different ways that maybe we could address those, I think is something that we should explore.
Sometimes I'll just take the DeLorme Atlas and check out an area that I'm interested in going. And you can almost pinpoint where there's brown ash, how far off the main road it is, or, stuff like that. Usually it's the lower wet area, somewhere along, if it's along a side hill or a mountain, and you got some wet area down along there, chances are it's gonna be good brown ash. And if you're looking at one of the major rivers, if there's a bend inside the center of that bend usually is good growing soil. So the chances are it's gonna be good basket making there, basket wood.
Yeah. And again, like Suzanne's talked about, in a lot of cases, I think like Richard kind of knows with maybe where those likely sites are, so maybe just giving the physical description where this landowner lives and then boop, see where on that DeLorme map does it in that possible range. Yeah. Yes.
This is great information and your research has been terrific. With all this momentum towards that reflects a clear interest from sort of all sides about preserving the brown ash and helping, especially in the cultural aspects of it. Has any of this information trickled up to the point where there is some in the legislature or administration, there's some interest in bringing additional funding to the Forest Service or other sources to help fund some of the things that you've mentioned might be helped by funding?
Well, I guess I can speak personally, at least with the University of Maine. I think the work that we've been doing over the past 4 or 5 years with has generated interest from federal agencies and funding support. So I think we're kind of getting more money, but trying to also work, again, just trying to be cognizant too of kind of the demands of kind of tribal natural resource agencies with what they do with so many different tasks. One aspect at least that we try to do is try to alleviate some of the administrative burden of administrating grants and other things. How can you work in doing work that benefits maybe the landowners and the tribal communities, again, with all the other responsibilities and things that they do on a regular basis. So part of that is, kind of finding out kind of what works. And so we're kind of trying to work that out. My sense though, with meetings like this and the interest and a lot of representation from federal agencies that are here, I think that's a positive thing because I've seen a real positive direction that's occurred in terms of more research being done with black ash, because a lot of that effort was around green and white in urban areas. I think there is a shift that's occurring, both in funding and policy initiatives. I mentioned the state private forestry is now the state private and tribal forestry. That is, to me, it's significant. It shows a little bit more commitment from the Forest Service to take into consideration tribal interest and concerns. So I think in some levels it's happening, but we can keep pushing it further.
So just to follow up on that, you know, I've been trying to push for more state resources for 3 years now. There is an effort right now to maybe bring together funding from multiple agencies to get a contract out there to look at how we can improve and prioritize invasive species management in general. I don't know if that's going to go anywhere or not. You know, so far, the governor's office has not been in favor of putting money into this, but maybe it will break. I don't know what will happen. And, you know, I'm continuing to push for that, and others that are interested, if they want to talk to me about it, then, you know, we can work together and maybe develop a better strategy that will maybe get some movement. But, you know, at this point, the priorities have been different priorities than invasive species. And I think we all understand that to some degree. There's all kinds of priorities in the state, but it is something that, you know, I've been working on, and just got notice that we just got funded from the SAF to do an invasive species kind of decision maker meeting that we'll be planning with Logan over there. You know, we're gonna try to put something together on that, and maybe have foresters and legislators come together and talk about some of these issues and maybe get some movement there. But that's, you know, some of the fronts that I've been working on, and I agree that there is a need here to do something, and who knows what will happen.
Yeah. Then, you know, this is a really great segue into one of our last segments of this meeting. Oh, I think we went a little bit over, we want to get to lunch, but I do want to kind of outline what we're going to be spending some time on after lunch. And I'm hoping that many of you can still stay. I know some of you need to catch a flight. If you wanted to leave today to get to where you need to go, you kind of need to leave in the afternoon most likely. But for those that can stay, as you can see in the agenda, we've got 3 group meetings planned. And the first is Tribal Nation Perspectives. And this is primarily for citizens of tribal nations and First Nations and staff of these nations. So that it's kind of we want to have some of the just tribal folks kind of getting together, kind of reflecting a little bit what was shared today, and thinking about future directions. And I'm taking a chapter from Les Benedict's organization of his meetings in Akwesasne that, you know, I thought this was really an informative breakout session group. And I'm hoping that we can have some good discussion. I'd like to try to set that meeting up in that poster room area for the tribal group. And maybe we can even take some look at the posters in that room for a little bit too, if you haven't had a chance. The second group, which I think is probably most people here at this meeting, is broadening a network and involvement of forest caretakers, implementing adaptation management strategies. This session is going to be facilitated by Nate Seeger. And again, I think this is something that maybe, Gary, what you just mentioned, could be maybe a discussion point as part of that meeting. But again, you as a group can kind of talk about that. And finally, as you've seen and heard about the youth, we wanted to have a separate segment on youth. And so we're going to have a youth breakout session, and Ella is going to help facilitate that. And Sheba, thank you very much. That'll be awesome if you can help facilitate that breakout session. And for that breakout session, you'll do number 3, that room right over here, okay? So after you're done with lunch and you reconvene at 1 o'clock, can you go to your particular room and meet with your moderators, facilitators, and then we'll reconvene the groups will reconvene back here at 2 o'clock, just for a share of what you talked about. And that will be the end of our meeting, okay? All right. For those on the webinar, you will have a choice of what group you want to go to. And you have instructions into your breakout room.
Yeah. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. So we plugged in the smaller laptop, we didn't have the USB port. The bigger laptop has a USB port in it, but doesn't have a charger. So he's gonna see if he can borrow one. or something. That's the big one. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for coming over. All right, carry on. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm on whatever the link brought me to.
Okay. Do you have the ability to record? Yes.
Yeah. Just make sure you record to the cloud. I'll record
Okay,
to the cloud and add it to the other webinar.
okay. Can you do that?
Like right now?
We're not starting at 1 PM? You do have record, okay.
Like, it's not giving me the option though to record to the cloud.
Find the owner of I just told you so much for the wonderful meeting. Right. And I look forward to maybe there's some collaboration with. It would be nice. I know, oh no, I did talk to him, and I'm gonna, you know, and I told him I'd be happy to talk to him about anything that he's doing. And I was saying, that it's a different, it's sort of a different situation, like, when we did this, like, you know, how you're saying. Yeah. Right, but it was also this combination of like that and at least in Massachusetts. So there was no like, yeah, it's just another guy. That's gonna come. I think it's about like what's the impact? Yeah, it's easy to sell. Social impact, like money is the same, but it's very different. When it's
Yeah, I would love that. That's what Jeff suggested I say.
there's no substitute.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's helpful. That's awesome.
Helps in one way. It makes it very difficult. More research I do, the more. It's like another world, you know? Oh, yeah. Well, that was our keystone. That was our little keystone analysis. Yeah. That was one of the first things. That was one of the first things they worked on.
Yeah.
Yeah, knowing how we're influencing other people. So it's the network. It's the social network. Yeah. And that tells a story. I keep saying, social networks is such an, but then it gets really theoretical. Like,
Are you?
just the activity doing it. And people quantify it down. You're doing the yeah.
Maybe it gets the assumption.
But, yeah. Right.
Right.
And it becomes useful when, I can tell you firsthand, when I just wrote that new different proposal, I talked about the extension of the policy. The numbers from the old, that would be a state planning for the colonized to have those quantified numbers so that.
Yeah.
And they will see that.
Yeah.
It's really good. That's what we did with the state. Did you take any action to do any conservation? Did you take any actions to make the state? Did you make those decisions? And we found it passed, which is great. So I'll just have to ask. Well, hopefully we work together. And I'm sorry, that's good there last bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I emailed you, my poster, I took it down, but I know a lot of people are thinking of it as the big gigs, and then like a few minutes later, their minds. Sorry. Back together and talk. I don't know. Yes. I'm still not that famous. I'm just other TikToker over there. Right there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Watch all your home. No, sure. Oh, so look, I have a pencil right here. Tag me. I've got. I must have traded something for 2 years, and I pretty much don't feel something now.
Yes, mics are live. So just hit that one, please.
There's just a lot of new people out there that are just you know, and so it kind of gets to the point where like I'm doing a lot of work, and I am doing a lot of this stuff, like I kind of things like that.
What's happening?
I go back and watch your videos, but I don't go back and touch mine.
I went for a walk. All right, okay.
Like trees, individual.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. I just wanted to, because of, just needed more. All right, well, welcome back for lunch. We're on our home stretch for the breakout sessions. There is one change. Okay, so the tribal staff is meeting in this room over here. It has a little bit better audio so we can connect with those participants on the webinar. So we're meeting in this room over here. This is room 3. Okay, and the youth group is meeting where the poster session is. Okay, whereas the larger group are still in this room here that Nate is moderating. Okay, so hope you have a good discussion. I'm going to be heading over to the tribal session group, and then we'll reconvene and share out as a group what we talked about in those meetings. Okay, all right. Nate?
Recording, can you allow me to record or hit record? Almost. Please ask others to give you permission. Give you permission. Hold on.
Most of them are mine.
I don't know who set this room up, but I don't think I'm given permission to record. I can't even see who the host
We're gonna
is.
start in a couple minutes, just let the last minute IT stuff kind of come together.
If you could let the folks know online, they can activate their cameras, so we'll be able to see them eventually. Yeah.
All right, so for the folks online, yes, you can hear me. We're still working through some IT stuff, but if you want to activate your cameras, I've been told that we'll be able to see you on the screen. So
Eventually.
really way down. I don't know how many people are out there. We don't participate in this.
Yeah, we do. We have about 6. Go.
I have this crappy little Chromebook.
All right. Yeah, we're just not getting it recorded.
Okay, well, we're not getting it recorded, but I guess we'll start. So, you know, when John mentioned that, or asked me to see if I was gonna be willing to facilitate this discussion, I didn't really know that I was gonna have to do it in the big room. I thought we'd be like around a table and sit kind of be able to talk a little less formally. So, I guess our charge is to come up with some thoughts about broadening the network and the involvement of forest caretakers implementing adaptive management strategies that we've heard about mostly yesterday, and kind of a little bit about how some of that's happening on the tribal lands and in private lands as well this morning. So open it up to everybody. It's too bad that we're so spread out here, but I guess we can. If we get all, okay, everyone comes like everyone, like come around the podium and kneel down and say Indian style, cross-legged, whatever you want to do, or just pick a seat. So. And I see that we've got at least 2 people that came back virtually, so that's nice to see. I'm gonna assume that the other like 6 people are.
Okay, can you grant me permission?
Does it pop up on my thing?
See if it will. Oh, I'm just doing to the platform.
Kids are actually like really nice about it.
There we go.
Thank you, I'm so sorry.
And you can shut
Oh,
off your
I
own
didn't even
camera.
suggest it. So, I'm just gonna kind of take notes and have this, I'm gonna do less leading and just kind of be note taking. So does anyone want to start with any ideas? I mean, maybe we want to start with what we think has been a strength so far, or what seems to be working. Maybe we'll start with that when we report out. What do you guys think has been working so far with what John and the AppCog group? Yeah, you don't have to raise your hand. You can start blurting stuff out.
Oh, I don't know about that. So, I mean, I think one of the things that I think about the AppCog group is that just getting the word out and raising people's understanding of the cultural importance of brown ash has been very, very sort of significant.
for me personally to understand that, and also I think for the broader community of forest caretakers. But I'm gonna pivot and not talk about that anymore, because one of the things that I heard is that we need to give examples of how different strategies are working. And so I'm sitting at a table with Eric from Maine Audubon, and both of us have properties that have now participated in the Maine Forest Service program for ash treatment that Gabe talked about yesterday. And so something that might be helpful is like trying to get some kind of testimonial from us about why we decided to participate and what the benefits are and why we think the risk is low. And to share that with other
That we
kinds
use pesticides.
that we use
Yes,
pesticides,
yeah.
right? So that's an idea that I think we can action. And Casey Willis is here from Maine Tree Foundation and was also really excited about that because they work with family forest owners, tree farmers, thank you. And that's an audience that would love to hear that message. So that's one thing that I thought we could like maybe action right away.
And I'm gonna jump onto that, as someone who works with Nancy at the Nature Conservancy where this, for this, and putting together some sort of sign on the trail saying, this is what we've done here, for more of like a public outreach, a public education of what we're doing to help with that.
Okay, from the Scarborough Land Trust perspective, we have a lot of board members who are thinking about things that they also come to me and say, hey, spiritual director, is dropped by. So what we've done is quite a part with other people, with other therapists, and they've used various herbicides to control invasive there. And they've done these like tours, they've done walks where they've that practice, and I think that giving these sort of focused tours describing the problem and then saying that here's the solution, and now we're planting native species to suppress the invasive species pressure so much. I think that has really helped at least our board members feel a little more comfortable with the idea of using this tool on our properties.
I was going to speak about your first prompt, Nate, and one of the things that I've been really excited about with the AFCA group is reinvigorating the conversation about seed collection and making it happen on the ground as well. So not only the conversation, but the action. That's a really great benefit of this group coming together. Reinvigorating seed collection.
Things that I've heard from this the last 2 days is that there isn't a solution. There's the multiples. I think that we're things application society. So one thing that works, and that's it, we're done. And I think that message that we need to approach it in several different ways, all at the same time, is a really valuable message and might also help with board members who are concerned about one particular aspect.
I think the other thing that's working is the work on all 3 species and connecting that. I think there's a lot of, there's gaps, right? And the concern, right? It's like, oh, the ash trees in Portland are dying. Well, don't worry, those aren't brown ash. Those aren't the culturally significant ash. Oh, good, I was worried. Well, you should be worried, but it should be a different kind of worry, And so like that idea of using the strategies on all 3 species, connecting that communication and that messaging, but then also making sure that we absolutely hold up the importance of brown ash for the unique, like cultural importance. Right.
One of the things that I've noticed in the recent couple of years with APCA is that they're reinvigorating the conversation between and bringing in multiple multiple groups to talk to each other and talk with each other. And that's something I think is a real strength of what they're doing.
Vermont, and run the forestry program there, and although I'm new in the position, I really need to put that all out as well. Right on the meeting, that's like, it's also available if you're asking for, come to do Asian at the ground fair. That's, just kind of that accessibility is so amazing. And having, free events for people, that's really, it's so amazing. Yeah. Shout out to that.
So I'm certainly not volunteering myself to do this, but it's just.
So.
I actually came into this effort through others' observation. I worked with American Chestnut. And we offer the history of chestnut over 100 years ago, when it started, progressed over 30 years and decades. And just now we might have a restoration chestnut in maybe a decade or more. That time scale involved, it's people. I think we need to figure out how to balance that message where there are ones for the but we also understand the payoff is going to be beyond us. And how do we balance that to take work on one hand and the other? We don't work in our field, that's a little bit. So I think we really focus on that message of we have immediate needs, but success is not going to be determined from determined. There's not
I could expand on that, since I'm a tree breeder, the American Chestnut Foundation, created a big hurdle for the tree breeding whole idea, because everyone always points at it and saying, look how long, how much money, and, I just want to point out there's differences between the approach that we're taking, the approach states are using, and they were doing hybrid breeding, which is a more difficult thing to do. They were doing it in Southern regions, which were safe bred. And then they switched to doing transgenics, and then there was quality control issues there. They're not doing any of that. They're doing quantitative forest genetics, where we're talking about including populations, not just getting single trees that have resistance, and that the whole thing is including populations to the point that when you put them back, that they are able to reach maturity and become a self-sustaining population, including from all people. And so, in my experience with the ranch, we started that work in 12 years ago, and we already have highly resistant I just want to make sure, yes, it's still a longer term time scale for sure, but it's definitely the first grade program I did start
Yeah, and thanks for that clarification. But it's a valid point that we've got a range of immediate short-term issues and concerns and stuff, and even whatever we're considering the long-term, whether it's a resistant tree or reforestation or whatever, that's way, some of those are going to be way down the line, right? But we have things that are going to be, shorter long-term issues aren't the immediate needs. So it's a good point that balancing what we can do right away, like this next year, versus what's gonna happen in the next 3-4 years, what's gonna happen in 7 to 10 years. I think it's an important point. Yeah.
The comparison between American chestnut and brown ash, a little bit apples and oranges in that the chestnut blight started in 1900, most of it's treated dead. 30s. And it took that many years to try to start a program. Syracuse University, I think, 32 years, started by Darwin, I believe. And so now one of the transcendent points is 58. And now they've got another one maybe that's a little bit better. So it's similar but different. We're all of a sudden noticing we got a critter that's fungus. And our needs are a little more, we can see what's happening. They're being killed, so we're right on it.
Starting to do now.
Yeah. So
Or we should be starting to do now. But we don't have a mass legal program, but that's what I think that I'm supportive of. I think we want people interested in helping us expand capacity and do that kind of work rather than being first in the world. And there's also different scale for all the situations that.
Yeah, there's another one too, from that. Practically everyone is familiar with that. Georgia to Maine, we were so common with this world, starting in Georgia, not surrounded in Maine. That's how 6 billion trees, and I don't know how many ground is. One thing I think we can draw attention to, if somebody has a dooryard tree, their favorite white ash, it's an ash, it's gonna die. So try to put that together with, hey, the brown ash are significant also. So you don't leave that one out. So if we can get more attention to just ash in general, that perhaps would help to get research from them. So.
Just something that I've noticed as a bottleneck, both in this and in just like all my seed stuff, that I think is important to think about. And Ella showed it in her presentation. It's just, there's this really, really big interest from people and excitement about the apps. They've learned all this stuff now, they want to help, but then it doesn't actually lead to action. And what I get is I have a lot of property owners reaching out saying, I have these plants, why don't you come collect the seed? And I'm one person and I can't go all over the state and collect, monitor for flowering, monitor for ripening times, and get the seed all over the state. So I think the next thing, really training or getting staff or training volunteers that are willing to do that work and stay consistent with it, especially with brown ash, not seeding every year. Just like keeping that going to that next step of actually collecting that seed and actually sending that seed to the researchers that are going to try to find listings for these library. Maybe actually and working to be located. Right, it comes down to this, just not how do we get enough people to do this work.
Yeah, that side of the room, Logan.
Yeah, I want to touch back on something Nancy said at the onset about engaging private family forest owners, tree farmers now. It's something I've been thinking about for a while, but maybe not just identifying brown ash on the property, but identifying what habitats brown ash will thrive in, and then that will help them find brown ash if it is big. And then developing pathways for them to get it, kind of what, get it to harvesters. Kind of what John, Ellen, and Kyle were talking about earlier. What's the most equitable pathway to make that happen? With it often on the rare, so obviously they come out and check the unit quality enough to do that sort of stuff. But really, when it comes down to it, you look at the map of base layers of brown ash. It's really concentrated where the landscape is fragmented with a bunch of landowners between 10 and 1,000 acres, and coordinating that is extremely difficult.
Go ahead.
Just following up on, the ways of getting various community groups and community members involved in thinking about ash and finding ash. So my land grows often ends up getting the wet areas that developers can't use, right? I'm just gonna grow there. one of the, community groups that uses our properties a lot are hunters. Hunters are going off trail. They're walking through these wet areas and looking for deer. So one thing that we ended up doing was making these little signs and along deer trails and stuff off the main steep path that say, hey, hunters, if you see an apple tree, and many of them know their trees, can you drop a pin with your GPS? Many of them have GPS tools on them, and send it my way. And I've actually gotten data that way from this group of property groups. So thinking a little bit outside the box of landowners in terms of engagement has been really beneficial for us.
I can add on to that. Ellen at our book is really helpful to our work with students in classrooms. And so we've been targeting classrooms outreach towards teachers in areas where there is a lot of brown ash and engaging students as part of the curriculum of learning how to do ash inventory and consuming data in the hopes that then they're recognizing, and actually we're hearing back from teachers all the time, because they're then like looking for ash everywhere they go in their area. So just thinking about continuing that work with kids in schools and then after schools, places where educators are really looking for meaningful things that their students can contribute to, something that is hopeful, something that does make a difference. And then the other thing I was going to add too is that they've also been helping to develop a really easy, streamlined platform where youth or anybody interested can contribute data on where they're finding ash, and then measurement data, identifying female trees for potential seed trees, and data that would then be private, and owned only by APCA, so that data is protected. Things that maybe we can continue building.
Just having just spoken with over lunch, I think there's a vast network of people that we can plug into. I know our main focus is looking for ash for resistance breeding, and it's obviously something that cannot rely on just a few people to do. And what we do through the Mama Project is we get a lot of landowners and NGOs and community scientists involved. And we've been really energized by all the connections we've made here today, because there's a vast network of people who could become involved in really doing meaningful science that will translate into long-term conservation. And I do want to make the point that I think the distinction has to be made when you're talking about resistance breeding, other approaches, and saying that, well, there's long-term stuff, right? There's short-term stuff. And those are long-term, I guess, deliverables in terms of arriving at, resistant trees for replanting. But that's what it has short-term means. And if we have the same filter and apply it to seed collection, we could say, well, seed collection, when is that going to translate into either resistant trees or using all this genetic diversity that seed collection has captured? That's not something that's going to translate into something in a year or 2 years or 5 years, or maybe even 10 years, but it's something that has to be done now while those seed can be collected. And the same is true for looking for the lingering trees, in that, as Jennifer mentioned in her presentation, there's basically limited time, right? Because these trees are not going to be resistant forever. So you have to look for them when that certain mortality threshold has been reached, timely place, and not wait too long, where they're mixed up with ingrowth or where those trees have died. And again, so we're energized here because I think all these folks here who do address those immediate needs in terms of finding those trees on the ground. And, just this is the case also for seed collection. It's not going to translate into instant results, but it needs to be done in a timely.
Another thing to add on to that.
I was gonna say, there's a chat note online.
Yeah.
So Jessica Colby mentioned, she said, definitely want to reiterate that scouting ground here for female trees and getting folks out collecting, it's a lot of time and effort.
I was just gonna add on to that by saying another immediate breeding need. Like the faster you get your breeding program started, you start working on it now, the faster you're going to get that longer term product. And what our data is showing that starting with breeding seedlings, we talked about this for anyone who came to the session this morning, that people could actually start growing black ash seedlings and then planting them out and just monitoring them as need comes through. And at a certain point, getting rid of ones that are doing really badly and maybe preserving or propagating the ones that are doing better for further testing. So that's one way we can get at it. The benefit of the mature lingering ash trees is that if you find the scion, if you collect the mature tree that is a flowering tree, and you collect scion from that tree and you get it grafted, it'll continue to flower. So we can start doing breeding to get that next generation, which is going to be the improved generation, much quicker.
I'm just moderating the comments. You can also view them off the side of the screen a little bit, but Jacob Lestano asked, going off of asking hunters to submit points, would it make sense to have an app similar to IMAP invasives, along with the public outreach program to inform the public of the reason and importance for knowing where these ash treatment stands are? That way, in areas of concern, the public, be it hunters, landowners, etc., to provide points of where the ash are along with pictures and or descriptions of the trees, stands they desired, and they could all be stored on in that one consistent location. I mean, people are often using IMAP charts because report species. So, you know, if there's no concern, like if it's a general public that's reporting, and they are not concerned about giving their knowledge out, that's one platform that is widely used and people are using it. Because how we are sometimes looking at where the black ash and how that, you know.
One thing that I think APCOS has done really well is sort of helping move along this like non-indigenous individual concern about protecting ash and really transforming that into collective action items that we can all do. And something that I heard Tyler say and John, you know, is that people, landowners and land managers are interested in doing something, but they're sort of on the fence, right? Like they weren't giving definitive answers as to what they might do. And like noticing who's in the room for organizations here, I think conservation has showed up in a pretty big way, but some of the people that Tyler is working with, specifically foresters and loggers, what I heard him say is we need their buy-in and we need to understand their interests more. And I think back to like the power of communications, especially from reputable organizations like TNC and the Maine Forest Service and Audubon, you know, putting out these statements of support and success could really help influence other people who are, you know, on the fence or don't know how they want to, you know, spend their money, and just using that influence to our benefit.
Yeah, we're talking about meeting an army of people. And one of the things you might want to consider that APCOG do that University of Massachusetts has done is they have a program called Keystone, which is run by, well, now it's run by Paul Catanzaro, which I think a lot of folks in the room know. He's a great guy. It was originally started out by Dave Kitchen, who's meanwhile passed away. And it takes people that from all kinds of different communities, brings them together for some training. These are people who are not necessarily foresters. They generally have some influence over some land. That's not a requirement. And they go back to their community and then use that knowledge and not necessarily train other people, but start getting a network going. So you know who to talk to, landowners and so on. That I can tell you, I didn't know how to spell EAB before I went to Keystone. I hadn't really heard of this whole issue of invasive species, and I was there in 2014. And for me, who's not a forester, I'm an electrical engineer, so this was a big eye opener to me. I've gotten more involved in these kind of things. So perhaps APCOG can replicate some of that success that UMass Keystone program has had.
Yeah, and then we work closely with Paul, so the
Yeah, right.
actual You've been very patient way in the back.
I think all of us who are interested in the natural world, are interested in other connections with other communities. And see how we have the discussion that we'll have here and bring people together. So,
Another large group that's already out there are master gardeners. And they're interested in this kind of stuff, you know, one of the big holes that we have here in Maine is we don't have a forestry cooperative extension person. So it would be nice to have that position back, you know, I don't see it happening, but again, that's another reason why we need to engage our legislators and get them on board in terms of how to help us manage invasive species in general, but this one as well, because you know, budgets are tight and they're getting tighter, and who knows what will happen with the latest, you know, situation, but it's a big hole. I mean, there hasn't been a cooperative extension forestry position for, I don't know how long, quite a long time, and.
We have Sean Moran, who just started about a year ago.
Oh, really?
We have half of the.
We have a half of the cooperative.
The cooperative extension came up earlier in after the panel, talking about the mobile, ash pounder. That cooperative extension, because there's hubs in every county, could be a good partner to host mobile sort of ash pounding, you know, whether it's the tool itself, or workshops on it. So extension has been raised in it.
I think there's a lot of, collecting, but, once that's being collected, it sounds like there's different places that you can go for different ends, like whether it's each program or to one of the, you know, Fort Knox or something for some more research. It feels like, a database or something collected where you selected your scene. Now, it can go here for this reason or here for this mechanism, or if it makes more sense if we're just looking to, if their goal is preserve ash and plant out, maybe thinking of having a community, like something, this whole trying to find and planting out seedlings doesn't seem too hard for the home gardener or like, you know, more information on.
I do think that's the big step. So Emily's like the where to send seeds, there's like a little flow chart. Explains like the different types of cleaning that you do for each facility. And then really the next step we talked about is how to teach people how to grow those plants. There's two of us in the city like currently growing them in different types. They're really like getting together and basically options. Like really, really low PV growing. Really hot.
Yeah, certainly that's been on John's radar for a while, so, and yeah, you mentioned it's part of Emily's manual that we put together. And I think they actually want to have something more local at UMaine here. Yeah, we're working on that. And I know that's strongly connected to the tribes, but I think there's so much interest from like us and other folks that there's probably opportunities there as they build capacity and start to pull together.
This lady mentioned planting. I called the Saratoga Tree Nursery a couple of weeks ago to find out what kind they collect: walnuts, butternuts, acorns, and I wanted to find out what their needs were. And I mentioned ash, and they said, well, we're not planting on the ash because it dies or whatever it was. And I'm thinking, that's not very forward thinking. It seems like you should at least express some kind of interest about storing seed or something. So when I report back to DEC and forestry, lands and forests about what's going on here, I will make sure that I mention, hey, what's going on in your Saratoga tree nursery? I don't see anything happening. We all know that the beginning of the key to the solution of almost every problem starts with education. And that's what a lot of you have just been, it's sort of obvious, maybe not the line.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's certainly education that's going on. Jennifer may know more about this than I do, but I know at the federal level, like the geneticists are working a lot with individual state nurseries to try to both build capacity and to encourage them to start doing plantings. And for instance, just recently, it's, state of New Hampshire, their nursery has a bunch of plantings from ash seed that was collected, that buffer crop we had a couple of years ago. So, and I know we'll talk with the state nursery in New York as well. So those conversations are happening. I think it's a lot of times it's money and personnel and getting people on board. So it's continuing awareness.
Could be.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was just gonna say, one of the things that I think APCO's done such a beautiful job with is really, fostering those very authentic and deep seated relationships with a lot of people and coming at it from this place of listening. So that they can then build a bridge to a wider community. And I'm also gonna say it, the whiter community. Because I feel like there's this knowledge that, if you don't have connections to a lot of people in your day-to-day life, there can be this huge lacuna in terms of like how to approach in a way that's not harmful. And I think Richard Slayboy's, his example of the woman calling him at 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday and then demanding 2 baskets, even while she's offering, these ash trees that are on her property. I think there's just like this knowledge gap of like what she's actually saying to him in the way that she's saying it. And, I had a conversation last night, with someone that I helped get here because they have, some 200 acres that they're working with and their eyes were like wide open. And like, how do we foster better relationships? And it seems like APCO can keep working in that direction to help people start to bridge and build those relationships more. Especially when you're saying that the primary places where there still is these black ash stands are these properties that are like, super ranging in size, but a lot of it's part of it.
Can I add to, I think, what everyone said, particularly you, Regina. One thing, like we've said, APCO has really proven itself to be really efficient and proficient in engaging and informing as well as bridging. But I think the next step, a great next step, would be to engage the large commercial landowners. I work for public lands, as is Nick and Jacob chirped in there. So that's 630,000 acres of public land. And if you look at the map of the outbreaks, you look at it's sort of like a sandwich. The majority of that land in between those 2 outbreaks is large industrial commercial forest. So I think there's an opportunity. It's going to might be difficult, but to reach out to that demographic would be a great next step.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, that's one of the things that FSM is doing in working with our large landowners that have easements, is just those landowners are bombarded with opportunities for outreach and whatever. And I think they've been getting the APCO newsletters and information, but not many people have been showing up. They've been scattered few. But I think having somebody that can say, hey, this is important, and here point them in that personal connection to
those, and they've been open. I've been surprised at, yes, how many people I've talked to at those boards that haven't realized the cultural significance of these sites and, that just, as somebody mentioned, the possibility of dropping in on some of these as they go through the woods would be helpful. And so, yes, it's slow making those connections, but I think there's a willingness, is there. They just don't know where to start or.
Yeah, and I'll just tag on to that. It's daunting too.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with such a large scale. But just the last 2 days, I mean, I have a list of things that probably make Nick do some of this stuff too. Like, we go back to the GIS. Okay, well now, you know, and even hearing Richard talk about the bend in the river and it's in the center of the bend. So all this is stuff that it's like, okay, this is attainable. So, yeah.
And I plan on sending a bunch of the brochures to, you know, personal contacts at places because it's a good, handy starting place, easy to digest, to get people to think of, just to start thinking about it so that they can, those next steps when they get excited about, oh, we found a whole bunch, then you bring somebody out there or you look for the female trees and do the seed collect. Just having more of those points as opposed to somebody with their 5 acres and not have super excited but don't have any of the resource there, whereas these large landowners definitely have the resource out there somewhere.
Make the point that with some of those large landowners, having had some of those conversations, the problem is not getting permission to access. It's just, as you say, where in these hundreds of thousands of acres is it? And it's way out in the boonies somewhere. And if they were asked, they would say yes. But we don't have one simple resource that would say, well, here, 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 and here, or list down information. Oh, just contact so-and-so. That always saw this here, because there's layers between people who make baskets, collect the wood, know the people, know the landowners, know this, that there's more of an information gap in some cases than an actual access gap. We just knew that. It's great.
I'm gonna put Maggie on the spot. Is that the gap that the platform is hoping to fill?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a tool for collecting that information. And one of the things that's really important about that tool, it makes it different. I love IMAP Invasives, and I know I came up already. But it gives specific coordinate data. And a lot of people, for various reasons, did not want to reveal the exact location of brown ash stands or, you know, something that's on private property. So we have a tool that anybody can use to contribute data for where ash is located, and another, you know, variety of information that's useful for seed collection, that's useful also for assessing whether it's a quality basket tree. And that information is stored under agreement with Tyler and Ella, and then hopefully we'll be adding a few people from the tribal departments of natural resources staff to that database. So the tool exists for collecting it. It went live maybe a couple of weeks ago, so maybe that's why we haven't been talking about it more broadly, but we'd be really excited to share it. There are anonymous data entry options, and then there's also ways that you can sign up for an account and enter anywhere you are at any point. So I'm very happy to share the tool. It's on the poster next door.
It is on the poster, and I think it would be great to have a webinar with APCA to demonstrate the tool for this kind of audience. And so that, you know, we can learn it and share it with those we, you know.
Let's just also remember, it's not just an information gap and filling in those pieces of information. It's a cultural gap too, right? White people mapping natural resources has never ended well for indigenous communities. And so like this idea, well, we'll just map everything. We'll keep track of, like, that's not we're not offering that from a position of trust. And so like, it's not just fueling the information, it's building those. I mean, like what Maggie's describing is a lot more intentional than just putting it up on a map and saying, here it is, here's my brown ash, anybody can take it, right? That's like, and again, I think more time with Suzanne and others that really understand data sovereignty and things like that is really useful information as well.
Yeah, you also want to know, like, somebody goes and hits it. You don't want to have 250 other people going to the same spot and finding the stump. You guys have been like great wording, like almost 15 minutes in.
So, one of the things I thought we should definitely start off with when it's our turn to, kind of bring this all together to the whole group is, I think we should use an opportunity to thank John for bringing us all together. Do we want to elaborate more than that?
It's been effective, I guess.
I feel like you have a really inclusive and welcoming air. I think that like carries over to everybody. And it makes people that might be coming in unsure of how much knowledge they hold and what value they might contribute to the conversation, like give them a chance to settle in to a hard topic.
I would say he's been doing this for what, the past 16 years or so, since the rejuvenation of the Brown Ash Task Force, bringing diverse groups together that don't always necessarily talk easily and well together, and the changes that have happened over those past years is huge.
I would add to that too, to thank Les and Richard and others who shared very personal stories to really get the impact across.
I know it's tough for a lot of folks that feel so strongly about it, and it's been one of the messages that John and I have talked about is, it's a delicate subject, but that's the emotion it's important to tap into, right? Like that's the emotion that we have to convey to help bring awareness, but it's a really vulnerable position to be in. It's a tough thing to ask somebody to lay that out, just when they feel so strongly about something like that. So.
I think we also should acknowledge the setup we have right now, this moment, that there's a role for all of us in this room to play that is 100% supporting them and the message from them. We're in the best place to talk to the people who are like us about this important need and work.
I think even tapping into the, responsibility, I think that was really powerful, and I think it's useful to see that with anybody, you can talk about the connection, but if you don't have direct connection to any indigenous track, it would, a lot of places where you work with, there's no current presence, so the personal responsibility is really important, and a lot of speakers mentioned.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that, when we brought that group together, or the project that Tony was talking about with bringing the different values of why we should consider something like that, the ethical responsibility was one of them, and it was really geared. That's why we put it in like the Journal of Forestry, because we want to approach the forestry community that maybe isn't normally doing more of like arboriculture kind of techniques, and to recognize that, with all these new invasives that are coming in, like, we have to broaden the way people are looking at this and hopefully change that perspective a little bit.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, it's just like in nature relying so thoroughly on the regenerating forests that the idea of planting trees is kind of strange to us. And so
Yeah, and then no one in my neighborhood plants trees except me. So, and they all look at me weird, but I'm the one that's gonna have green trees around my house when he sees his wife's little beach. The people back there is super patient, and they only raise their hands.
I'm from Central Massachusetts. We don't have water. We have green and white ash, which is being devastated by the emerald ash borer. So I went from yesterday morning being horrified to hear that they were on the better end of things from what we're seeing. So feeling really empowered seeing what you all are doing to fight emerald ash borer. And we also work really closely with New England Pride and some tribes in southern New England, and the green and white ash are very culturally significant to them. They use the bark to cover their traditional homes that they build, and so
well, you know, they're not doing the basket week, they're not doing their well, not be, like, it's still very important, and so I don't want that to get lost, but I'm really excited to like, because we're already in relationship with them, and just seeing how we can do what you guys are doing up here so well, and start to apply that down in southern New England and fight for all the ash down there also, so thank you guys all for your work.
And I just wanted to add, I don't know if you ever seen me. It's foresters for the birds. So, in particular, like what sorts of birds are associated with or scan. Hopefully,
Said something too, something that reminded me of it, credit card. Oh. But the last session, I can't remember who it was, somebody mentioned how
You could have come up here.
Head. Can you hear me? It sounds like I'm like yelling really loud, so I can't stop. So in the last session, somebody brought up how the basket makers weren't even coming to these meetings anymore because it was too hard and it was too sad. And she specifically said something about what I said about the second wave in Ohio. And I felt really bad about that, and I started thinking about it, and I was like, and tying together the silviculture studies that were being presented, and I talked to Les and I said, well, how many years does it take once you clear or make an opening for the ash regeneration for that to reach basket size? And he said 3 to 5 years. And I was like, well, once EAB peaks and it goes down, at least in Ohio, it took between 10 and 15 years for us to start to see damage again. So there is hope for another generation of basket trees with that.
Yeah, I mean, we're working on that, you know, it's one of the things that we're evaluating and first of all, we want to just get stuff established, and then the next kind of phase of that is seeing if we can get them into basket quality or size specimens, so it's a little bit to be determined yet, but we do know, like, once you open it up, like, the ability to put on growth rapidly, they do respond really quickly, and you saw that from some of Rivers data that he showed earlier. We've seen that in other spots where we've opened things up. I did presenting the data because we only have one site that working with in St. Regis Mohawk that's been cleared for a couple of years now. And I was scoring trees there, and I was scoring recruits and looking at the tree rings, and it looks the exact same response as what River's finding in the aftermath forest back in Michigan, where the canopy, once the canopy's gone, those trees are responding if they're present. So we're seeing the same thing, at least initially, in some of our silvicultural cuts, which we'd expect. So now it's more of a question of how can we keep them protected long enough to grow basket quality trees. So it's positive. There's still some questions remaining about how best to do that.
There was a paper, a poster in the other session that measured what makes a good basket quality tree, and two of the criteria were narrow rings and dense wood. And I don't know how to make dense wood, but if you want to have a tree released and it's growing fast, it seems opposite of what they want for a basket tree, even if it ends up being nice and big and straight.
Yeah, that's true. You know, usually you want something around the you know, the width of a nickel, but
About a 1 millimeter annual range.
yeah, you know, I think it's like 2.5 is kind of optimal, but some of the discussions I've had with basket makers is they would rather start with a wide ring than too narrow a ring, and you know, and the other thing is right now we just want to get things to the right size, and as trees get bigger, you tend to have put on less rate of growth over the, you know, the chronology. So I think there's still opportunities for doing the research, especially when it comes to like common garden type experiments about like what kind of spacing and things like that can influence tree width, and that stuff. But right now, we're just looking at mostly common gardens from more of a genetics standpoint. But I think there's lots of opportunity, and there's definitely a lot of factors that are going to affect growth and what actually makes a good tree. So,
You mentioned, spacing too.
Ross. And I was gonna put you on the spot anyways, to represent the factors.
But yeah, this, for retail, those are black ash that are in the northern distribution of area, the back, not the north, or kind of north. And I'm working right now on trying to find what condition enhance the quality of the tree. But I also think that people, I've talked about it earlier, but that people in Maine are maybe looking for bigger rings. But the competition index, I think it's really something that influence quality for adjusted tree, but those are things that are going on.
Yeah, the other thing is we've summarized a lot of the other characteristics in different formats. Some of the stuff that Teresa Scord was mentioning earlier that have been video documentation and deposits in different places. We had a black ash symposium here, and in Maine, it was actually here at the university. It was probably 2014 or something like that. It was a while ago, and one of the things that came out of that was we ended up publishing a paper in the Journal of Forestry that kind of laid out a lot of different characteristics, from site characteristics where people find things that work well and other things that don't work well, and make some tree architecture and tree rings, and tried to just kind of compile what, because there's a wide range. Each basket maker or in region kind of has their preferences based on what they're used to. So kind of summarizing that is a little bit challenge. You get more?
I just wanted to say that at some point it's just nice to try some stuff that you will see how to react to this kind of opening, and there's so many things you don't know about black ash that at some point you just have to try. I think that's
I agree completely. In fact, that's a conversation we've had for a long time. I know this was shortly after EAB was founded in 2002, and I was working in the Lake States, so mid to late 2000s. And people in Minnesota, where Emerald ash borer wasn't yet, were worried about all their, you saw in the presentations yesterday how much black ash is in Minnesota. A lot of the state people were coming to me and asking, what should we do? Like, we want to do something. And there were other people saying, like, whoa, we slow down. We don't have any of the research done about what to do, what that's optimal and that kind of thing. But, my message to them was, I think we should go up and start trying stuff even before we have research, because there's so little time to get out and implement things that you can't always wait for the optimal research to be done. You have to do stuff while you have trees on the ground. So, but that message has certainly changed over time. I think now fewer people are on the mind, like, let's wait and just see and come up with a plan. Now they're more willing to do things because of the gravity of the situations.
Maybe I will add something. If it's okay, someone else had a question? Oh yeah, and I would like to add to it that especially when you are working between with indigenous knowledge carriers and university and research organizations, sometimes we are used as researchers to wait for results, for example,
or to, let, how can I say that? I've learned to kind of embrace the uncertainties and all of this, like, not spiritual, not always spiritual, but spiritual aspect that I don't always understand, but you have to accept it, and it's out of your, like, comfort zone. When you work with indigenous people, I think you learn to be comfortable with it, but it is still hard sometimes for foreigners or, yeah, for people or.
All right, looks like people are starting to filter in, so it must be 2:00. You guys did great. Thanks for, you talked to it for the whole hour and I'm starting to sleep. So I'll do my best to kind of condense this for the group. Plus, Jennifer, do you wanna condense this for everybody?
Well, you know, I'll share it.
Well, I'll be sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think we have, everyone is kind of.
I have to reset this for.
Just let me know whenever you're ready.
You bet.
I wonder what that symbol means. Look at that. Right, I was like, it means love. Means love. Wow. The air. Exactly. Yeah. I it was special.
And I.
Okay, we're gonna be starting back up in another minute or so. We're just waiting for the webinar participants to reconnect to the general session, which should be just in another minute. Oh. I have trouble. So.
Did you table?
Yeah.
Like I'm checking out.
So I don't know. Tyler's gonna record it. Got mine right.
It's a good word for this.
So Jace may be more frustrated and less likely to collaborate.
I had no idea that Sean was also a forester.
Yeah.
Call me about an invasive plant.
All right, everyone. If you can find your seat, we're gonna get ready to have our share back based on our breakout group.
No, I was gonna stay for this part, but I am.
All right. Oh, good.
I didn't realize.
I know it. All right. Okay, so we're gonna get started. Yeah, we're gonna get started now. So I don't know about the group that you were in, but the tribal breakout session was awesome. And we had a lot of great discussion in our breakout group. And I hope it was the same for you. Really looking forward to hearing. And again, these are just highlights, right? Because we're going to spend 15 minutes to share maybe some highlights of things that we talked about. To kind of end out our meeting, I'll just end with maybe just a few thoughts. But again, I'm hoping that this is kind of a continued discussion, right, that happens, and continued work that moves forward. So with that, I'm going to ask for the first group to be the youth, if they can come up and present on their group out. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sal.
Okay, hello, everybody. I don't think I'm gonna take 15 minutes if that's, okay, cool. I'll just run through kind of what we were talking about. But I think that the point that, yeah, there was a lot of different interesting conversations going on. And a point that we started at was thinking about the usefulness of a group of, specifically in that group, it was non-native youth, because I think that that's just how the dividing into rooms turned out, and the benefit of that type of space. But you were thinking about how it's a really important space to be able to process the work that you're doing and the values that you're bringing to the work, and the ability to like translate that out. But also that all of us as youth were really, really appreciating being in such an intergenerational space, and how sometimes those spaces feel limited in the culture, at least that I grew up in. And so having so many different people and stages of life that you're learning from feels important, and like is a consideration. And we were thinking about our values and how we're like how something that has brought us all as young people, or people who work with young people, to this conference is and this gathering is the curiosity of like understanding that we have a lot more to learn, and also maybe a little bit of that like forward thinking ability of we're seeing this as something that's going to happen over the course of our lives, and how that like brings that value, and thinking about how yeah, hearing like tribal members articulate this, and then maybe also hearing some bits of resonance from other young people in the group of being the most impacted and most responsible at the same time, and having that feeling kind of come up in moments. And yeah, and then we were also just thinking about how many people were like not in that room, that we were like, it was a small group, and there were also like we're thinking a lot about how many different things had to happen to make it so we were able to enter into this space. We had to be comfortable in academia. We had to be like maybe have education that like tied us to place. We had to be potentially working in organizations that were giving us some amount of power as young people. And so how many people are also not like able to enter into that space, and what that means to be making decisions from that space. And we thought a lot about the power of questioning, how as young people, we get to sometimes hold that disruptive power of being like, well, what if this was different? And what if this, and like how can we open this? And how there's, yeah, possibility in openings in being a young person, and kind of stepping into that energy, and stepping into that energy as a source of power. And I think that we were also trying to figure out like, what are the specifics? There has been so much conversation around action and the necessity of action, and we're trying to both as young people and people working with young people understand more specifically like what is our role and what is the ask, and how are we like responding to this, and is there like a way we can start quantifying amount of time, or amount of just like dedication or relationships or whatever that may look like, to really be specific about the asks, and kind of more specifically figure out what our roles are. And yeah, I think that we kind of finished on this really wonderful place of like as we've seen kind of happen throughout this conference, and as we're seeing happen in our own communities, so much of this is like actually not like there's both a top and bottom kind of power process happening here, and that we've seen that there's so much power in relationships. A lot of times it's not the state telling you that there's a quarantine that's going to get you like thinking about EAB and brown ash and the cultural significance. It's like showing up to an in-person event or showing up and having a conversation with a neighbor, those coffee table conversations that Tyler was talking about that are really the sources of change, and how we can be thinking about both the like power of those relationships and the agency everyone has, especially young people, in starting to build those like potentially lifelong relationships that will really be the sources of change in this. And yeah, and I think that also those are the big things. I hope that that qualified that well. If you guys have any questions, yeah, that was great. Any other thoughts about how this should go for Speak Out? Is that good? Okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks all.
And since I'm the host moderator, I can decide who goes last, so we'll have the larger group that met here present next. Okay, thank you.
I was gonna ask for volunteers to summarize all of our notes, but nobody was willing to jump up there. But our group was actually like really active the whole time. A lot of people had ideas. And you know, I think it stimulates a lot of discussion, and just that fact, I think, shows the importance about all of us being here. We wanted to start first of all by thanking John for bringing us all together. You know, it's a really welcoming environment, and it's been really rewarding to spend a couple of days with people from other groups. You know, whether they be other agencies or tribal nations. It's been really rewarding for I would say all of us. I think all of us have found it very rewarding. We also wanted to thank John for both, you know, not just pulling this meeting together, but, you know, he's done this for a long time. You know, he's been working on pulling diverse groups together for over a decade, and you know, APCAW more recently. So we appreciate that. Also wanted to thank people like Richard and Les for coming and sharing their experience and their time, and just really showing that value of brown ash to sharing that with the rest of us. It's you know, something that can't be really recreated. And also at this meeting, having a virtual option so we could broaden the audience to those who weren't able to travel. That's been great. So we also thought about, you know, our task was about broadening the network and involvement of forest caretakers implementing adaptive management strategies. So we wanted to mention what worked well. So a lot of the strengths include things like, you know, there's a great network of communication with other agencies and tribal nations. We feel like APCAW has been doing a great job getting the word out, increasing awareness, doing a really fantastic job reinvigorating and taking action on things like seed collection. See if I can keep reading my lousy handwriting here. You know, it's the message about integrating the different tools and tactics has been really valuable. It's not like we're saying do one thing and it's going to save all your ash trees. I think all the groups, the message has been pretty widespread, like the importance of integrating from both an outreach perspective and a management applied perspective has been really valuable. There's also one of the strengths is, you know, using brown ash as kind of a gateway to also still kind of include the other ash species. You know, in some respects, ash preservation isn't just about brown ash, but there is value in saving green and white as well. And we feel like that's been a strength of the APCOG group. Another strength was bringing together diverse partnerships and really making APCOG accessible to attend. You guys have been really willing to go and attend different types of events, and whether it's a PowerPoint presentation or just a field visit or things like that, that flexibility has been very valuable and a strength of the group. Let's see. Also, one of the strengths were, from some of the surveys that we heard about today, whether it was Ella's work or Tyler's or Emily's, some of the stuff that's been coming out of the APCAR group it's been really a strength to kind of use those surveys to come up with action items for continuous next steps. And I guess along those lines, shifting from some of the strengths of what APCAR has been doing, but looking at next steps and ways of kind of broadening the network. We think it's important to continue to balance this idea of short-term versus long-term expectations and approaches. There's value to both, and we just need to keep it kind of in perspective. And I think APCOG group is well positioned to maybe lay out that time frame so immediate needs can still be addressed while long-term needs are also getting attention. We thought another next step was to maybe continue to develop ways to bridge the interest in action and actually the engagement in action. That's what was called out earlier today as one of the things that's important, and we agree that that's a need moving forward, and we think the APCAR group is positioned in a good spot for that. Let's see, using optimal habitats or identifying optimal habitats for something like brown ash to educate private landowners and the coordination of then getting access to some of those groups. Youth education was pointed out as having been very fruitful so far, and could really be built on to take advantage of that interest that's being developed. The capacity to have APCAR maintain and build the privacy of data for certain groups that value that for that data is important to continue to build. One of the suggestions was to possibly build off something like the Keystone program out of UMass that Paul Catanzaro is leading right now, and to really celebrate some citizen science along the way with ash as one of the main ideas. Other possibilities were to link in with the master gardeners, the need for building on extension a little bit. It sounds like there's a new extension forester that we can strengthen that connection, and that could help build getting the message out to a broader network and continue to build that network. Also, continue to have options for seed storage and outplanting locally. I know that's been on our radar for a while. I think a lot of people find that valuable and would like to see continued development toward that. Also thought it would be valuable to engage large public landowners like industry through obtaining points of interest to make access efficient. So not just say, sure, come out on our 2,000 acres, but actually know where to go. And that there are tools available. Maggie pointed out there's some tools available just recently to keep data private for some landowners, like private landowners, and perhaps a webinar to explain that tool in the future for those of us here and beyond would be really valuable. And maybe connecting with other programs like Foresters for the Birds, where maybe we could focus on ash habitats or black ash habitats even, would be something to look into in the future.
There were some examples that were pointed out as, you know, really good signs of this is all kind of starting, you know, the participation of, with the Maine Forest Service program to start injecting trees. There's been a couple examples of people here in this room that are taking advantage of that. You know, signage in public areas and tours to help alleviate potential concerns about chemically treating trees. You know, the possibility to engage other groups like the hunting community, you know, when they're out in the woods tromping around and they find an ash tree, if there was a way to link them into the app to like make a point where this ash is available, that would be good. You know, and really just, let's see, reiterate you know, the scouting for female trees is time consuming. That was one of the things that came up online. You know, but as long as people know that going out, it's not that big of a deal. And I guess one of the other things just to end on is that we really appreciated that the message is coming from a place of listening, you know, building off the kind of the indigenous culture and the black ash concern, but doing a really great job bridging the message to ash protection in general to a broader community. So I think with that kind of wraps up the things that I had scribbled down during our hour-long discussion. Did I miss anything that anybody's wants to throw out there?
Should phrase it more succinctly, but it would be nice if people started thinking about increased.
I might have actually written that down and just wasn't able to read my handwriting, but thanks for throwing that out there. So that was it from our group. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Nate. And Tyler's gonna summarize some of the great discussion that we had in our group. And we all agreed too that any member of our group too that could add after Tyler with his notes. We might have missed something too, so that someone can also add to it.
All right. Everyone awake? My laptop is not, so that's gonna take some time to pull those notes up. Luckily, I thought ahead and sent them to myself as an email. So kind of all across the board in the tribal breakout, we talked about how empowering it was to talk about the work that's going on. Even some of the work that was more depressing at the beginning in terms of what we were hearing from mortality, things like that. It was still empowering to hear that so many people are looking at this tree. And I think that a couple times it was shared, but it could catalyze action if we continue to talk about this tree and the work that we're doing. Some of the folks from Odanak shared lessons learned in the meeting, have been really learning from everybody and then using that information to prioritize action when they go back home, which I think is such a great outcome of meetings like this, when you can take something you learned and then actually turn around and put it to action. So that's exciting. They also shared some of those actions, though, could be an opportunity for us to collaborate again. And they want to have like a pounding meeting where they can process some ash with some of the basket makers and ash harvesters from here. And there's already a cultural exchange planned for next summer that we're really excited about. I think that this conversation is going to continue between now and then definitely when we're there. Really just talking about this tree, whether it's some of the bad and some of the good, it just shows how culturally important this tree is. And it's a great way to connect to the tree in a time when it's really in need. So that was a good reflection that we heard. Les shared that he's really impressed with the conference. In the past 2 days, he learned a great deal and expanded his knowledge base. And it was a good point for him to reflect on the power of outreach and education, and the way that some of the survey work that we reflected on for APCA, how that could really bring together partnership and lead to some actions on the ground. And so I think we can broaden that and not just focus on Maine, but focus on the entire territory. That same point was brought up as it relates to our efforts in access to land. It doesn't have to stay within Maine. Brown ash doesn't experience that border, neither does emerald ash borer. So across the entire territory, how do we improve access, work together to make sure basket makers are getting access to this material? We know that some of those areas where that's occurring, they're gonna start to see dead and dying ash trees. And we thought about how maybe that's an opportunity for land back. If these forests need to be restored, is there an opportunity for the tribe to take over those lands to start to reestablish that relationship with those trees and bring back brown ash in those areas? The field trip to Indian Island was a really great opportunity where we got away from PowerPoints and instead got to see that traditional knowledge, that indigenous knowledge on display. And that was really effective to folks that came. And so we want to make sure that we include that every time we get together when we can. There was also some reflection during the week, or these 2 days. Feels like a week, huh? These 2 days about past work and reflecting on things from the past when it relates to ash. Those original meetings of MEBA, the original meetings of brown ash, and looking at the health impacts to it here at the university. Teresa shared a comment that 30 years ago we were looking at trying to save the art. And now here we are 30 years later trying to save the tree that art relies on for material. And so just kind of a shocking shell shock thing to think about, but it's really, it's valuable to reflect on that, it was so important that we save the art. Now it's so important that we save the tree. We saw the benefits of the work that MEBA did to make sure that the art was back. And that there were basket makers. We talked about how the median age went all the way down to 45, and there were almost 100 basket makers at one point that came out of the MEBA programming. That success, maybe we can see that now with some of our efforts to protect ash if we keep doing this. Talked a little bit about, we got a little sidetracked with some stories that were really, really great, fun, but definitely lots of good lessons in there. We talked about MEBA and the one-on-one apprenticeships that existed in the programming early on and still continue today, being really effective at community engagement in terms of trying to sustain the cultural practice of basketry. So making sure that those go into new communities, and maybe Odanak will do some apprenticeship programs like that and workshops. And we don't have to do it in the silo. We can work together on those workshops and activities to make sure that across the entire territory, we're doing what we can to protect that cultural practice. We talked about some of the basket making workshops having kind of like an open door policy back when MEBA was doing them, and that there was so much more than just basket making. There was obviously basket making happening and lessons being learned. There were sometimes 20 basket makers that would be teaching one aspect of basket making, whether it was rims or weaving, pounding, adding embellishments to baskets. That was valuable, but there was so much more than that. There was activities going on throughout. There were people that were speaking, Passamaquoddy, Penobscot. Everyone was sharing meals, coming together. And there were some great stories that Teresa shared about some of those events and reflecting on those. And I think it's a call to action that some of that should return, and we should see more of those workshops when we really need to have them. Then we talked about the grief and the mental health that could be, we might start to see experience, and some are already experiencing because these presentations, especially some of the first presentations we heard, they're depressing. It's hard to hear about the mortality of ash trees. How do we support those basket makers who can't be here because that's just too much to bear? And we talked about storing material. Every time I would talk to basket makers, especially here this last few days, mentioned that the art of basketry is therapeutic. I think if they can continue to engage the cultural practice of basketry, that can help them weather the storm. So if we have that material to do that, then we can do that. But if we don't take the time to harvest some of that material and have, start exploring, storing splint material, it's going to be really hard to weather that storm, and support those that are going through those challenges. And then it circled back to community engagement. So if we want to do that, it's going to be an all hands on deck type of situation. We mentioned how the Passamaquoddy Ash Nursery project wasn't something some folks from the community knew about. And so we have to be communicating to our community what it is we're doing, so that we're aware of it. And then one other thing that we touched on that I thought was valuable that I think is really applicable to everyone in the room was we talked about the hard stuff at the beginning of the conference, and then we started to talk about things of hope with seed collection and the genetic work. And especially when you think about the people that are having really having a big challenge with seeing ash trees die and thinking about that, we don't want to oversell those elements of hope to the point where their expectation of what might be the outcome is more immediate. We want to be realistic about timeframes. If we're doing seed collection and trying to protect these trees, it's not necessarily in their lifetime that they're going to start to harvest some of those trees, but that's not necessarily going to force them to throw the towel. And I think just like MEBA and the work of bringing back the cultural practice, if we talk about the future generations of those trees being available to the grandchildren of families today that are putting in the effort, we can inspire people to be involved in this work and not oversell it and hope that we're saving overstory ash trees today. So another thing we reflected on with the work today. And I think that's it. But if anyone from our group has additional things to add from the tribal breakout, please feel free to jump in.
I'm like Tyler, I'm just a little older, so I gotta use notes like this. And I think I didn't want to interfere with John was saying, and Nate referred to this earlier, and that is acknowledging John and Ella and all the other folks that were able to put this conference together. And I don't think we did all these hand clapping before, but what I'd like to do is thank John. For doing great work. Very professional, complete. In fact, I don't think I ever saw as many graphs in my life. When I first got here, I was pleased and surprised that we started out with a prayer from an indigenous group, from an indigenous nation. And later on, I realized that I'm honored to be able to go to the Penobscot facility to have our dinner. Very pleasing. I also was unaware of that connection between the black ash and the indigenous nations. I mean, I sort of knew about it, but I realized a lot of this conference, we talked about that. So 5 days from now is Indigenous Peoples Day. It used to be Columbus Day. You know, that guy that discovered America? Now, or at least we're making some progress. We're calling it Indigenous Peoples Day. While we're at it, if any of you have not been to Foxwoods, to the Mashantucket Pequot museum, I highly recommend if you get a chance to go down there to try to, and make it a destination, really. That is top shelf, first class museum. I guess all the money from the casino was able to allow them to put together something that good. Now, I have to say, I'm not very proud about our ancestors. Mine in particular came from Holland, the Dutch in 1704 on the Hudson area. And I have to think now, they probably had something to do with pushing Mohicans and other natives off of the land. And then we've got other things, like we killed 2,000 beavers, although Richard would say, I think beavers fit into the ecology so that they provide more habitat for, in some cases. And then we killed millions of buffaloes. And of course, we couldn't stand it that the Osage got pushed to Oklahoma. They were making money from oil. So, oh no, we had to, and the movie Killers of the Flower Moon demonstrated. So I'm not proud of all our background, but I think I'd like to be optimistic and have some hope the way this conference made it. In addition, letting us realize we got negative past and we got problems. By the way, the key to the solution to almost any problem starts with education. And look what this thing did, all the knowledge bringing in here for us to learn that we can go forward. So there are signs, for example, see if I can see them here now, of some land going back to natives. In the Stockbridge Muncie, they worked together for a while in Stockbridge, and next thing you know, they got pushed out, went to Oneida, New York, and then eventually to Wisconsin. Now there's a recognition of that. And they just recently, with the state's help in Massachusetts, got back 351 acres of their homeland. So I think the key word here is acknowledging. We're finally realizing we don't like what our ancestors did. So first we acknowledge what happened. I know the local town near me, they'll start a meeting by saying, okay, we acknowledge that this was Mohican land and now we have it and we took it from them. So we acknowledge that. So another sort of an interesting sign is that a lot of high schools and stuff who use mascots like the Redskins and Indians and so forth are now perhaps the Wolves or the Hawks or whatever it is. We're not using Indigenous people's name as mascots. So just a little thing that kind of helps. And there's one more thing, and that is, I was pleased to see last year's Thanksgiving Day parade. Guess what? It had a float by Indigenous peoples. Again, it's been an extreme pleasure for me to attend this conference and talk with lots of folks who have a common goal. I thank you. And thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. We really enjoyed the apples that you brought and the apple cider for the community dinner. That was very, very nice. Yeah, I just wanted to share just a couple closing thoughts on the meeting. And again, I want to say thank you for everyone that has come to the meeting, both in person and joining virtually. It really exceeded my expectations in terms of the numbers of people that would be willing to come to this and share their knowledge. I'm so pleased with the different tribal affiliations here. You know, when we have these meetings, sometimes it's just revisiting with Angela. I met a couple of years ago and was up there last year in Akwesasne, and just seeing the great work. And one of the things that we've had as part of some of these meetings is just a reinvigoration of energy when we're together. And it's very powerful. And it's something that, we want to, kind of continue, because it's really important. And it's not only important just from, just from tribal communities perspective, it also just gives us, again, these meetings, also just the storytelling and the sharing And again, one thing I took away, with just the tribal meeting here, was again, something that Teresa shared related to the amoeba. It was kind of a revitalization. It didn't happen right away. It literally took 10 years before they actually started seeing a change in the reversal of numbers of people who were growing versus the number of basket makers who were passing away. Just the training and engagement, it took time. And it kind of put into perspective to me, some of the work that we're doing around the Emerald Ash Borer, we're going to see some decline, but through efforts, maybe we can turn this around. And I think that kind of gets to your point, Nate, in terms of looking at timeframes, kind of thinking through what steps can occur now, what steps can occur in 2-3 years, what's a longer term perspective that we need to be having, as we're looking towards the future. And so it just reminded me again to one of my earlier comments that I made at the beginning of the meeting, just reflecting on just the numbers of folks that have been concerned about the health, working with ASH, bringing back the cultural traditions, bringing back, ASH to the community, like Les has done, the dedication within the tribal communities. But I also want to acknowledge, and Les, I learned so much from you, and I'm taking something from you again. But during that tribal meeting, we need to acknowledge everyone in this room, including the scientists that have been working. You've dedicated your career researching ASH, and we're thankful. So it takes a kind of a community to make this, moving forward. And everyone in this room and those that are joining via the webinar, we want to say thanks. And have future meetings to kind of keep this going. Everyone have safe travels back home. Remember to, and just I want to say, we do plan to have some of the recorded sessions. The posters are also going to be available for those that can send it to us and feel comfortable sending their posters so that people can view the posters. And then we'll see what follows up from this particular meeting. And again, some of the work that Tyler's doing, some of the young Indigenous scholars, hopefully we'll be seeing some of their work, and non-Indigenous scholars on some of the latest research that's happening. So let's keep it moving forward. All right, thanks, I'll stop.